Okay. Hi, I'm late. I'm late. I've had so many technical difficulties today, an unreal amount. Why is this telling me to log into my chat when I am already streaming? Crazy. And I'm missing one more thing here. Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, Asher, how's it going? How are you doing? Sorry, I'm just trying to fix my streaming software real quick. You're doing all right? Not too bad myself. Just make sure. Well, that makes sense why it's not loading. There's no application there. Will it now? Oh, duh. There we go. Thank you guys for the likes. I appreciate that. I think we're finally back to regular. I think everything is functioning as it should. No more technical difficulties. It's only taken me an hour and a half. We can actually get back into things. Let me just see why this is yelling at me. Yeah, what is this? TikTok is hollering at me over something. I am not sure why. Let me see. So silly. So silly. And do this. Of course. Dum, bum, 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 bum. No sound, just watching. So you can't hear me complain. That's okay. That's okay. Thank you again for the likes. So this was some block palette testing. Um, I was trying to see, I really want to do like a grayscale up to sandstone sort of transition, and this is what I came up with. Um, it's not too bad if you look at it here. I don't mind that. Putting it into application is a little bit harder. I don't really like this. Um, but today in general, we're going to be focused on making different trees, bushes, flowers, things like that. Hey, Victoria, how are you? Welcome in. Yeah, it's not a bad start. It's not a bad start. You're all right? Not too bad. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Why did I have these here? We are... You did see me making a mushroom house. That is my beginnings of planning for our survival world. For my solo world. That is what we are going to be doing for our starter house, and we're going to do a village transformation that is going to be a mushroom village. We made the initial shapes in Axiom, and then we went in and started modifying it by hand. All right, is this... It is wiped out. Okay. So, let's do this. This will just make life a little easier. But yeah, Axiom makes it makes the initial shaping much faster. Speeds things up for us. Also gets you like the starting color laid out too, which is nice. Helpful. Helpful. So I'm gonna just do this. And you started using Axiom like a week ago? Yeah, I mean, I feel that. I've been using it for a few months now. We're starting to get a decent grasp on it. But overall, learning pretty much every time I use it, we learn something new. So it is what it is. Takes time for sure. Okay, we need... What do we have? We have smooth sandstone. We need that. Smooth. We need... I think that's mushroom stem. Interesting choice I made there. We do have stone. We do have andesite. Thankfully, most of these are not super hard to obtain so far. The smooth sandstone's a little bit annoying. Have you seen my volcano? I can show you mine. Since we're actually in my Axiom world. Yeah, we've got one right over here. Not sure why that's doing that. Let me fly over here. We're currently collecting 40 sacks of andesite. Oh my gosh. What are you building? Here you go, Asher. This is the volcano we made with Axiom. A big old cliff. Oh, is that what you tore down the village for? Victoria, the volcano's your favorite? Oh, you're gonna put a mega build on there. Do you normally build pretty small? Well, I think because we talked about that a little bit. You like to keep your block count mild, right? So is this gonna be like your first big project in your forever world or in general? Yeah, I do like the volcano. It definitely turned out good. I could do better smoothing out the green. We could have dithered that into the dark areas better. And I definitely did not give the attention to detail that this deserved. I'm pretty sure there's floating trees and things of that sort. Mild is fair, yeah. Ooh, it's looking a little framey there. Why? Why is it lagging like that? There we go. Maybe. Is TikTok lagging really bad right now? My preview is, so that's why I'm assuming it is. Oh no. It doesn't look bad to you? Oh man, my preview is like freezing. It is not looking good at all. Maybe it's just catching up. Oh, there it goes. Wait, you lied? Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know what the deal was right there. It looks like it's starting to catch back up. Let me see. Do I have something going on? I don't know why it's tripping so bad. My PC performance is wonderful right now. I don't know what's causing it to do that. Are we back? There we go. What's up, Minnie? We're kind of back. Kind of back. I don't know why it is so hitting such a snag. Interesting. Thank you all you guys for the likes. There's so many of you at once going right now. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Hopefully it's better from now on because I just spent the last like 2 hours troubleshooting technical issues. So hopefully it's all good to go. I want to redo this with our texture palette was what we were kind of working on. We were setting up the actual palette in here so that we can see how it will look if I actually take the time instead of just auto shading it. Is that polished tough or polished andesite? Polished tough and cyan terracotta. That's what they are. Tough, 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 tough. Go over here, please. And terracotta. Can't forget that block. Most important. All right. Let's see. Maybe we can get this back set up then. These are not my blocks, except for that one. And I don't remember which order this has to be in, whether it's dark on top or light on top. So we will see. This is andesite already. We need stone, mushroom, and smooth sandstone. Let's see how this behaves. Last time let's do this. Let's do this. Don't select grass, please. No grass. Well, we have grass on top unless that's moss. That's probably moss. So if I just go like this, can we grab? Nice. No air either. We don't want that. Setting up a selection filter real quick. You guys can't see the full screen, but over here is all the toolbars that I'm messing with. So a sea palace. I don't even know. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Like redoing a water temple? We have on the server there's like 4 people building in the ocean. It's hilarious actually. Can I hope this is hollow. No water temples for me. I have trauma. Water temple trauma from Legend of Zelda. Let's grab all of this, hopefully. Hopefully. Scared. I'm scared. See you later. Enjoy. Thanks for stopping by and sharing. Spam share, spam share, spam share. All right. Now, let's unselect or deselect whatever the proper word is. Let's get rid of some of this stuff down here, because we don't need it. Give me this block. And go like this and change it from add to subtract. And make sure it's at grass level. Yes. Perfect. Now we just have our little boulder thing here again. Back to normal. So, let's see. Oh, did we miss a couple things here? Yeah, we're missing just a couple blocks. Give me that. Okay. Now with this, let's see. It's based on my position, supposedly. So I'll move this over to the side so it's not completely taking up the entire screen. Uncle Jerry, thanks for all the likes. So it's based on my position. So I'm acting as the sunlight, which makes me wonder why that is down there. It does look like the brightest block is closest to me. So that's what I was hoping. That's what we're expecting. Let's try again. More on top this time. That is not terrible if I fix the bottom, actually. Not terrible. We'll get a base and then we'll swap to block replace mode and kind of see from there what we think's. That moved it just a little bit more towards the front. But yeah, we're probably going to just have to kind of go in by hand. We'll turn on block replace mode and then we can just kind of come in here and paint things up pretty much. We can do this with the Axiom paintbrush too if we want. Right. Painter, 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 painter. Close this for you guys. Because then we can make this smaller. And we don't need this selected anymore, so it doesn't need to flash at us. But we can kind of paint in the surface areas here. See what we got going on. If I top all of these, a lot of the sandstone might get kind of overwritten because I wanted there to be like a layer of moss on a lot of this. So we'll see how that blends. Make it feel more lively. A little bit, little bit, little bit. I'm just kind of getting all of the flat-ish areas and turning them into sandstone. And then we'll start to transition into other blocks. I'll make this brush even smaller. Thanks for the heart, Sushi. And then we go mushroom. And kind of just tracing underneath the little outlines we just made. Just a little bit. And we'll probably come back and thin out the mushroom layer with whatever we do next. Give me that block. There we go. But it'll help us get that sort of light to dark pattern just to stripe this through here. Just going around. I just want to see if there's anything about this palette that I dislike before we get into actually like building things with it. It's kind of the goal here. I think these brighter areas are probably a little big at the moment, so I'm sure we'll end up painting some of the mushroom in sandstone out. Because I don't want it to be too bright. That's not too bad, though. Oh, I forgot that spot. And if any of you guys use Axiom and you're curious how I'm grabbing those blocks, I'm just middle mouse clicking like regular creative tools. You can just middle mouse click on any block you want and kind of just grab it. Hey, welcome in. Welcome in. Nice voice. Thank you. That is not what I expected you to say. But thank you. I appreciate that. The light gray from the mushroom stem is not too bad. Looks like, I missed a little spot here. Let's just do this. Insight again. Do this. I sound like country song. That's hilarious. I don't like how straight that is there. Yeah, that's a little better. Oh, let's see. Ever heard that I have a nice voice before content creation? I actually have been encouraged by my family many times to pursue singing. um, so yeah, I think the sentiment is shared. You get the I think what it is honestly is the people that typically like are around us and know us, they're just, they get used to it, but someone that hears you at random, they're like, "Wow." You know. Well, and plus, when you're making content, it is your voice is pretty on center focused. I actually know that song. Is that Josh Turner or something like that, I think? That's so funny. Yeah, your voice being so isolated and just honed in on, I think that's a lot to do with it. No, I won't force you to experience my singing. Let's see. Do the roar? What's the roar? I don't know what that is. Do the roar. Salami, did you finish the your starter base for the server? Did you finish it? There is too much sand there. I'm going to have to color some of that out. You did? Mine is much closer now. This is the Axiom mod, Shy. That's what we're using at the moment. It's all Axiom. It could pay your bills. I had someone yesterday tell me I laugh in Australian. I was like, what does that mean? Yeah, you could do that. Just a little mound with like a underground entrance that goes to a storage room. That'd be fitting. That would be pretty fitting. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. That's 90% of the andesite. I didn't realize until my last survival stream on Monday how amazingly easy it is to get mushroom blocks. I did not realize you could like insta mine them. Kay, what's up? Welcome in. So now I am like trying to fit mushroom blocks in everywhere I can because like it's so easy to get in survival. I must use it everywhere. We are doing good. We are doing good. We had a little bit of a late start from technical difficulties, but all is well. All is well. Let's see. I'm just retrying this palette to see if I take the time to actually smooth it out a little bit more, if it looks better. Play gold. I don't know what that is. Golf? No. Actually, I do not like golf. I don't mind going to like Top Golf or the driving range, but I do not enjoy golf. Like going to the course and stuff, not for me. I sound like a golfer. More like a Happy Gilmore or a Shooter McGavin. That's about as far as my golf experience goes. Yeah, that is a little unique, right? I like the andesite to stone. Really just, I want something that's bright. Like that's why I'm trying to use the mushroom block and the sandstone. Well, if you're happy enough to laugh, I guess you're rich in something. Rich in laughter. Ooh, I didn't even think about gravel. I've been honestly avoiding I've been avoiding what am I things that are affected by gravity because I'm afraid to use them. Is what I'm like like concrete powder. I like a lot of the shades of concrete powder, but I'm always like, will there be blocks underneath to support it, you know? It can be super annoying having to like place blocks just to place the blocks you want to place. Yeah. Yep. But that is a good note. I might have to try that. Cobbled deep slate near the tuff. Yeah, that could be an option. We could see how dark it is. Because this is, sorry for whipping around all over the place. This is currently the color transition that we have to go. I wanted like a semi bluish tint. Because this is going to go from the water up to the top of a cliff. And I was going to transition like this is the wet stone to the dry stone is kind of the idea. That's the general idea. We'll see. I actually do. Unironically. Ooh, mud could look really nice at the very bottom. That is not a bad call for the darkest part. Oops, I have replace mode on. Ignore that. The only thing about mud, because I really like mud and I use it all the time, is it has a very natural brown. You see all the brown in it? The gray tones and the blue tones get really lost, and the brown sticks out pretty heavily. And that's just a little jarring. We'd need like probably 2 other blocks to try and transition into that nicely. Yeah, I'm sure we'll come up with all sorts of ways to break this up. Like you said, sandstone. We could even add in regular sand if we want. It is going to get dialed back though, because I'm going to moss top a lot of these flat spots. So that'll dial back how much there is, and it might not even need texture at that point. The gradient itself might be enough with the moss covering. So we're just trying to go from andesite to stone in some areas. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I actually drive a truck. Not an SUV. I drive a pickup truck. Yep, I sure do. I drive a pickup. Command blocks to create your own? That's so beyond my knowledge. I could never. That is definitely out of my realm. We already got some stone there. We don't really have any up here. Let's get some worked into this and reduce the andesite. Is it pretty time consuming? I've seen people make like adventure maps and stuff with command blocks, but I've never seen people like make tools with command blocks. I say that, but I'm probably lying. I might be lying right to your face. I'm sure I've watched a video somewhere of someone doing that. Nope, I drive a Chevy. I've always driven a Chevy or a GMC. Not that I have any real preference between brands. I don't really care, but you're working on a French city? That sounds awesome. That sounds super awesome. Hi, Prime. Welcome in. This is all the Axiom mod. Axiom mod is doing all of the heavy lifting here. Of course. Of course. I'm going to bring this up a little bit so we have less of the mushroom block here. And then we can pop in some stone beneath it. Right through here. Luna, thanks for following. Appreciate that. I do not. Cody, thanks for following as well. I'm not a hat guy. Not a big hat guy. He's just asking questions to get to know me. What are you, jealous, Victoria? Just guessing. Because they're super specific. That is true. They are a little bit. That is true. Look, the bumblebee's checking it out. No, you don't have to stop. You can chat away. You can chat away. Yeah, my bad, my bad. No, you're fine. You were just asking. You're like, what are these questions relating to? They're just questions. Let's get some darker colors sprinkled in the mix. Try to get some of the plain gray taken out here. Victoria, I didn't see a mushroom build in the Discord from you. You're slacking. We're just testing out some block palettes at the moment. That's all we're really doing. Hanging out. Messing around. How are you guys doing today? I have not, but that is definitely on my list. Certainly. Some of this is already kind of naturally transitioned from before, which is nice. Get that sandstone out of there. Yeah, that's definitely a pretty entertaining idea, Cody. I would really like. I've had a lot of requests to do like floating mountains, like Avatar. But the like Chinese mountains, it's definitely there's some beautiful scenery there. I would like to try and come up with something from that. Yeah, it's a very, very unique landscape. Let's just get this out of here so that we know the tough is the focus following this. I actually do not really like root beer very much at all. But my favorite drink, or I guess if we're talking like a soda, is not super far off. I would say it fits within the same category as a root beer. Might have to thin that out a little bit. Because this transition feels way nicer than this, where we have a lot more of the bright blocks. Reaper, this is all the Axiom mod. That's all we're using right now. I'm going to transition this a little bit faster. Is what we're going to do. We're going to dial it back because the faster transition looks way better. Axiom with an A. Yep. Yeah, of course. Of course. You can see this whole world is Axiom projects. You can't see super far, but I have a lot more projects over there too. But yeah, this is all Axiom stuff. Thank you for the follow. No, it's not. Thanks for following, guys. Yep. Axiom. I can type it out so that you guys can see it. Yeah, this is my bumblebee zone. You see all the bees. The honey mountains are awesome. The honey oozes down into the water and stuff. We got some big flowers. Oops. Opening things I don't need to. We got some big marigolds around. Keep it pinned? Yeah, sure. That's one of our areas. You lost an old world because of world painter corruption? Ooh, yeah, I'm really bad about backing up my worlds as often as I should. I should probably do it daily. But yeah, we've been doing quite a few different axiom biomes. They're coming along. Thanks for stopping by, Reaper. Sorry you have to leave your break time. Yeah, Axiom's really, really nice. This is just sort of our test world. I just kind of like spit out ideas in here, see if I like how they turn out. Eventually, all of the ideas I make in here that I do like will end up in a survival world where they will transition and connect. Like these two are actually meant, the way I designed them, they're meant to be actually connected. That's why I used a lot of the same colors in this rock as I did the volcano itself. Because I wanted like a rocky coastline, like a coastal cliffs. This is super cool too. I'll show you at nighttime because this is really, really nice at night. I have cyan glass and sea lanterns underneath all of the sand along the edges. And then each of these coral bushes, it's all made out of waterlogged mangrove roots. And then there's a piece of glowstone in every single one. Exactly. That's what I wanted. I wanted the glowing algae. You're gonna quit? No. Don't quit. Make more. I also hide sea lanterns under my little icebergs too, so they glow. This is complementary reimagined, is what I use for shaders. Tessa, thanks for the follow. Yep, and then here's the volcano again for all the people that seem to love this thing. I have tried quite a few different shaders. I've tried Vibrant Visuals, BSL, got in total probably like 6 other ones, but I just honestly, performance wise and everything, I have a better time with complementary. Then up here I made a swamp. This is the swamp biome. It's all slimy and green lit up at nighttime. Here, we'll change it to midnight so we don't have the orange from the sunrise or sunset there. Yes, I have actually. My complementary settings I could share with you. I could share in the Discord, but I have changed quite a few. I followed a video to begin with. I think it was by Thaler on YouTube for his settings. And that's where I started. But then after playing for a while, I've gone back and tweaked quite a few settings to just be a little bit more saturated, a little bit less dark, because when it's too dark, it's really hard to show up on stream and stuff. And I just like color. So I've kind of emphasized that a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, it is super nice to just be able to have shaders, even to toggle them on. I really love this place in the daylight though too. The green glow is cool, but this turned out pretty awesome. I really like adding different blocks to the trees. Ronan, welcome in. Thanks for following, man. It looks like some Star Wars stuff. I could see that. I could see that. I wanted this to be a lot spookier, and it's probably my shaders really making that harder to come across. If I had like a less saturated, more gloomy shader, this would probably be a lot spookier. But all in all, I'm pretty happy with it. Turned out pretty cool. Stuck in a tree. Quint, thanks for the follow. Spooklementary shaders. Yoda should live here. It's the Grogu swamp. But yeah, I mean that's a. Oh, I guess we did just make this. I keep forgetting this is over here. We've been making mushrooms. Yes, I do actually. The honey and the marigolds have a subtle glow in the bee biome. And then we just recently did this mushroom cave. Yeah, this has been a bit of a fan favorite, so I can understand if you like this one. Thank you guys. Yeah, a lot of people really like the mushroom cave. It is Java. Thanks for the follow, nonsense. Yep, this is Java. The pink is stellar, isn't it? It's so good. It's so good. Thank you guys. I appreciate the compliments and the follows. And thanks for the heart. Appreciate you, Moon. Yeah, honestly, this is kind of, it's pretty similar to the very first one we built. And while I'm heading that way, since we're flying by this, I'll show the bumblebee zone at nighttime since someone asked about it. But yeah, you can see the all of the marigolds have a light installed. They also all have a beehive inside, so the bees are actually attracted to the flowers. So they don't just fly by them, they actually go to them because that's where their house is. Actually, I didn't even show you. Oh my gosh, I didn't even show you guys everyone's favorite part about this zone. So I'll go down here. What's up, Sunshine? Welcome in. Thank you for the heart. So most people really like the honey geode that we made. That's what most people's favorite part is. It has a pretty cool glow at nighttime from all the amethyst crystals and the glowberries. And then if we go into the daylight, you can actually see a little bit. Yeah, the honey geode is pretty popular. The purple and the yellow just look really nice together. And it's cool to see a bunch of bees inside the mountain. Kay and Sunshine sharing their flowers. Sushi's on a work road trip today. The Lakers cavity, pretty much. Pretty much. It does give that vibe. The purple and gold. Yep, Sushi's just a lurker today. She has a 5-hour each way drive today for work. It's gonna be a long day for her. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah. Today we are mostly focused on nailing down color palette and practicing some plants. We're not going to build out the actual biome today, because it's meant to be a transformation in another world. Um, but I want to nail down the style a little bit. So we're going to be practicing. Yeah, I've done a couple buildings. All just practice though. I mostly do landscapes, so this was just kind of testing a desert style. I was trying to copy like a concept art here. It was it was okay. It was okay. I didn't really like it, so I kind of gave up halfway. We also made this little lighthouse and starter base over here. Ignore the giant cube that holds the lake or ocean, whatever this would be. And that actually works, thankfully. that was so miserable to set up. I don't understand redstone at all. Thanks for the follow, Elba. Yeah, we made this little barn style building. I think it turned out pretty cool. I'm finding I really like having walls in front of other blocks so you get the striping every block. I think that looks really cool. I like that a lot. And you'll probably see, because I've been adding it to a lot of my test buildings, I use it all the time. Plus, the walls all blend together really nicely, like the cobble, the andesite, the stone brick, the mossy. They all just blend. You weren't here for this one, Kay? This is a while ago. Yeah, this was a while ago. Yes, it is. Yeah, this was I just wanted to try building a base. Yeah, of course you do, Sunshine. You were raging at me about the redstone. Listen, redstone is not my specialty at all. That is for certain. I don't know what happened right here. That's not supposed to be like that, whatever that is, but yeah, you were here for yeah, you were, because you were the one talking about this part. You suggested to do this. You were here for this. You were talking about the little canopy for the or was that on the desert build you recommended that? Yep. Got all this space between things. You're gonna have to fill it in at some point. Maybe both. You might be right. Maybe both. I know you were here for this one. Yeah, I think it was this you were talking about. That's what you recommended. And then I just carried it over into the other one because I liked it. Thanks, Photon. You guys made an agreement. You'll do the redstone and she can go pick flowers. Yeah, so I was talking about the mushroom cave. It's pretty similar in a lot of ways to this one. The sphere, yeah. No, that's just to hide this so that we don't see the light coming in, because I want this to be an underground theme. Thanks, Haley. But yeah, I really love Skulk, and I wanted to kind of come up with something for like a mesa style biome. So this is my idea of like a sunken mesa, like underground. Yeah, the glowberries really pop. I didn't trim these or I didn't shear them, so they all grow like crazy. But this is like a sunken mesa. I was thinking of doing a desert build, and I thought it'd be cool to have something like a custom biome underneath it. So under the desert, you could have like a sunken mesa where the water is all below the ground. Thought it'd be kind of cool. See, I don't know where the hole is to get out, so we're gonna just fly through with Axiom. Samantha, thanks for the follow. Reminds you of Mario Kart track? Hey, Mario Kart's got some cool stuff. Yeah, this was I tell people every time we show off a lot of the stuff we've done, I don't like this one. So I'll just say that. I don't like these cliffs anymore. They just look like TV static. The colors I'm fine with, but I definitely need to retexture all of these rocks. That definitely needs to happen. Yeah, and then we have videos of everything through here and up through the volcano so far. Still working on cutting up some of the clips for some of the other ones, though, so I know a lot of you guys haven't seen some of these. But yeah, I'm almost done doing the clips for the Coral Coast. And then we'll be doing the swamp and stuff. Thanks, William. Yeah, the volcano seems to be the fan favorite. Seems to be. The bees they're everywhere. Mushroom Gorge, I'll definitely check that out. Haley, thanks for the heart me. Appreciate that. Let's see. Okay, we were saying we liked these lower parts where it transitions a little faster. So we're going to just go around and take away some of the sand and mushroom blocks. 64 stacks of gravel. Oh, which now that you bring that up, gravel. Oh my gosh. I do want to see what does that align with in my palette. You could almost, it's like a brighter or a more saturated stone almost. Gravel. At least you can pick it up fast with a shovel. At least you can. Yeah, we like how fast this transitions. So we were going back and we were painting over some of these other spots just to get the smoothing a little bit faster. So let's get the sandstone to transition faster, and then we can paint out some of this mushroom with the andesite. And then transition that faster too. That way we can get into the tuff and the colors a little bit sooner. I think that will just look better. And then we can just cut that there. This one is too much andesite for sure. And I don't like that the mushroom block is up there. I don't know what that's about. But we will fix that. Yeah, that's a little overkill too, actually. Bring this up some. Oops. I thought I switched to andesite. I didn't mean to paint that all into mushroom. I didn't mean it. There we go. The lower part is looking a little bit better. I think I need to bring the tuff up there. Like I said, just transition faster through the shades. think that helps. That seems to help. Yeah, like this is just messy, messy, messy. We can get some of the tough in here. It is a mod, Pumpkin. This is the Axiom mod. Axiom mod is wonderful for creative. Wonderful. Let's get some of this. Do you guys, I've had a lot of you guys asking about what we're using and whatnot. What do you guys like to build in Axiom or in creative? You're asking what I'm using. I like to see other people's builds and hear what they like to build. So tell me what you're working on. Let me know. Let me know. A lot of times I turn your guys' ideas into something I'm working on. So very basic. Do you like to do houses? Do you like to do environments? What do you like to work on? Don't let the size of mine fool you. I can't do buildings or redstone or any of that to save my life. So villages is awesome. We just started planning a mushroom village this week for our survival world. I'm hoping it turns out. Yeah, I don't get it at all. It makes no sense to me. I'm just like, okay, red wire connect. Hopefully it works. That's about the extent of it. All right, I don't want to paint all of this. I think I'm going to use a noise brush for the polished stuff because I don't want it everywhere. So we're going to do a white noise pattern and dial it down some. And then we're going to paint it in. That is not. Nope, that's set to stone. I was like, why does that look wrong? Because it is wrong. BMW, thanks for the follow, buddy. Yeah, I mean, I've watched quite a few tutorials, but it you know, some of us just can't be helped. Some of us just can't be helped. I do my best. I will say that. Let's get some of these in here. What do you mean, Victoria? It just happens. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the follow. Wake me up. Like I can sit here and follow a tutorial and then, you know, maybe step by step get it done, but like you said, Haley, it's just going to be that stuff's gone. That stuff's gone as soon as I'm done watching it. As soon as it's built, I already forgot how to make it. It just doesn't stick. Yep. Cells, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, Misa. This is the Axiom mod. That's what we're using. All right, now this is the fun part because now, okay, I did not change my block. Thank you. Cyan terracotta, please. And I do want this to fill in most of the gaps. Yeah, you can find it on Modrint. It's called Axiom, and it's made by Mulberry. That's what we're using. There are a lot of new folks today. Yep, there sure is. There sure is. That is not filling in nearly as much as I want. So we're gonna do this and see if it's any better. Found it. Awesome. Yes, the mod is Axiom, made by Mulberry for anybody who wants it. Do we like this kind of dithered effect here to break up the tough? Or do I just want to really blend in the terracotta? I think it just looks a little rough. This I like. This I like down here. I'm good with this. You do like it? Barcha, why'd you switch accounts? Thanks for the heart. Appreciate you. I really do like it on a smaller scale a lot. Like this rock specifically is speaking to me. The larger scale, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm close to it. Maybe if we just back up a little bit. I don't like how that's like a straight line right here. Well, that's fair. That's fair. I understand. Everyone can respect a little duality in their personality. It's not weird. Who said weird? You said it. Oh. Victoria's like, don't call it out. I don't like that. Welp. Yeah, you can't be calling yourself out like that. I believe you. I believe you. Nobody knows it's you. Actually, I'm not minding that. I think there's a little bit too much regular tough, but you gotta go. Well, thanks for stopping by. See ya. Short and sweet visit. No, don't be sorry. Thanks for hanging out for even a moment. We appreciate you. Girl trouble. I've never had that. What's that? I don't know if I want that to go up that high. What if we just switch back to the tough, polished variety that is? Kind of get a little bit more up. Not like that. That's too much. Bye. Thanks again for stopping by. Let's see. I'm pretty much just trying to decide when I do these like larger versions, trying to decide if I need to extend down the andesite and stone more. That's pretty much what I'm looking at here. Because if this were like if we were to let's do the middle one. We'll just do the middle one. the way I'm thinking, and then we can compare them side by side. That'll just make it easier. Then we don't have to be like, oh, it could look better. You've never used the noise paint? It's okay. Like all of this over here is noise paint. All of this work over here. But sometimes it can look really bad. Like this over here, this looks terrible. This is abysmal. Don't do this. This is what not to do. Perfect example. Don't be like me. Yep. Do better. Do better. Where's my, oh my gosh, I'm all over the place. Okay. Now I do kind of have a feeling the cleaner gradient looks better. It just looks better. Oh, okay. You use the whirly noise? Yeah, I do too quite a bit. Especially if you separate the X and Y and Z values, you can really get some interesting patterns like tiger striping and stuff like that. If you like to add cracks and stuff, the Verroy noise pattern is really good for that too. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. The smoother is better. Smoother's better. More smooth. What's up, Basie? We are just working on a little bit of a block palette test here. That's all. Nothing wild, nothing crazy. I am going to emphasize the stone a little bit more. That's going to be our primary color. After we just went around, we dialed back a lot of the other colors. We're gonna use more stone, which is fine. That is fine. Gives us something. Something. Maybe I should, in some spots, extend the andesite more, because this is all andesite. It's not. Is 1.21 the oldest version? I would have definitely thought it would be available. Yeah, we're gonna definitely extend this down. The grayscale is better than the dark spots. Leaving the dark spots minimal helps the transition. There's not a forge port for it, really? I didn't know that, actually. Yeah, we gotta clean that up. Clean that spot up. Clean this up. I am glad we went back and we shrunk, smallered. I can't words today. I'm glad we reduced the amount of mushroom blocks and stuff. But now we are going to add more grayscale. Yeah, I mean, that's literally, I use it for testing, terraforming methods, for testing designs and stuff like that. I'm going to find out real soon how hard some of these are to make in survival. We're going to find out real quick how much I'm punishing myself with some of these builds. I've been trying to be more conscientious. Wow, I can't talk today at all. Of the block choices I'm making. That way this is a little bit more survival friendly for anyone that does find like oh, that's a cool palette or something. They don't have to suffer, you know. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. This is the Axiom mod. I would refer to your name, but I don't see a name, so. What's up, goat? I see you lurking. Your base is 3 massive islands? Is that what you're planning? Is that what you're planning? Really? Really, you say? Yes, this is the Axiom mod for anybody that is wondering. What's up, Duck? Welcome back. Thanks for the fan cat, buddy. That's crazy. 300 by 300 for each island. What? That's massive. What are you building them out of? What block choices? $300 by 300 is massive. That's a commitment in survival. That's a commitment. And there's 3 of them, so that's a heck of a commitment. Yeah, you could build a whole continent with this mod. I mean, honestly, like over the past month, we have not even tried to fill out a large area, and we have a ton of stuff already made. You might be off a little. Yeah, it's probably like 30 by 30. The mod's Axiom. That's what we're using. Don't let Grizz bait you guys. He's not building 300 by 300. He's definitely doing 30 by 30. He just wanted to let you guys know that you weren't committed. All right, let's back up. Yes, that's starting to look much better. I like having more of the grayscale fade. Way better, actually. That's insane. That's actually insane. Yeah, 138 by 138 is huge, Victoria. That's a massive project. I actually like this one. I kind of want to leave this one alone. But we're going to add in some more of the stone here. This spot down here looks good. We're good with that. This, less good. Right here is less good. No likey. Have I tried Axiom? No. Can you show me where to download it? I get those comments all the time. Hey, you should try Axiom. Thanks, bro. Couldn't help it. That's okay. No judge. No judge. I know it's hard to resist. Sometimes the words just want to come out. The urge. The urge is too strong. Actually, that's not so bad down there. Oh, you're doing each island as a separate biome? That's pretty awesome. Yeah, that's what I'm testing this block palette for, actually, Gold. This is gonna be what I'm gonna use on all the cliffs and rocks near my base. Oh man. Tempest, if Tempest pops in and you ask him about his realm, he's probably gonna lose it again. What's up, Josh? Welcome in, man. Okay, I think we just got to better transition some of the dark spots now. The gray, I think we have enough gray. Before I go back into the shadows, let's add the moss and see how that looks on the sandstone. Let's see what we think of that. Because I do want it to be a little overgrown. So let's find out. I'm going to have to make this like a 0 size brush. Because if I just have moss in here, it's going to take up most of the sandstone, but that's okay. For the color, I think that's going to be really nice. I think it's going to be really nice. Yep. It is hollow. Or, well, most things are. Is this? It is. Okay. I was like, I'm pretty certain. Yes. What's up, brother? What is up, buddy? Welcome back. Yeah, I'm not going to bring this specifically into as a blueprint. This is just testing the palette. I have an actual copy of our world. I've laid out like where my starter base and stuff is going to go. I'm giving myself way too big of a beginning project, but I don't care. It's totally fine. It's Bro the Bear. No, it's Brother Bear. I've seen that movie. You can't lie to me. Yeah, let's get rid of this. You don't feel like sleeping? Then don't. You too, you've seen that movie too, Grizz? What do you think of that? This sloped one feels a little weird, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I don't know who Redoons is, Motion. I don't know who that is. You haven't seen the movie Brother Bear and you're named after it. That's whack. I feel like you're telling lies. You're going to come in here and just try to lie to my face like that? Moss. Listen, a pro tip, Brother Bear is the best. It's really good. Pro tip for anyone ever making anything on the internet account-wise, always Google your name and see what comes up. Pro tip. Bear. Yep. Gold says bear. You should always Google your name. Yes, you should. My name has recently had a hostile takeover by some clothing company. I don't like that spot. I need to paint that out. There's no N in my name, bro. That doesn't exist. Get some of that out of there. I don't much like these blocks either. The green is pretty nice, though. I think that palette's going to look pretty snazzy. You're the only person in the whole world with your name? Yeah, I mean, there's just like variations of my name out there. You know? That's what happens when you name yourself after a beverage. You get what you get. That's okay. It is not. You might want to double check your eyes, buddy. Kinder Egg. Kinder Egg. Give me that one. I didn't realize I missed that block. That is super true. That is super, super true. You're not even wearing your glasses? Well, maybe you should be. Let me dial this up so we can paint this top surface. Gold, that is the best thing you could ever find out. If you Google your online name and your own content pops up, you're doing wonderful. That is the best news. Oh, yeah, Duck. We are so excited. We are so excited. Shrink this back down. Now I can just paint in an edge here of sandstone. A little bit. A little bit. You're basically famous. If you search your name, it's just about you. Thanks, Pumpkin. I appreciate that. What do blind people see? I have no idea. I would imagine just darkness, but you'd have to ask them. But unless someone has like seen and then gone blind, they probably also don't really know how to describe it to you. You see out of your elbow? Whoa. What do they say? They see me rolling and they hate, and that is crazy. Oh, man. Well, yeah, what do blind people see? Not much. That is wild, Chris. That's hilarious. The White and Nerdy remix was really funny, actually. So what do we think overall? Because this is, now that I've spent some time, I could still clean up the transition for the darkest parts, but this is the generalized thought for the color palette. Do we think it's decent? Picture this on tall cliffs. This is what I'm kind of thinking of going with. Yeah, that's the idea. It's for like a coastal cliff, coastal mountain, whatever you want to call it. You figured it out a little onto what I made. What do you mean, Peyton? What do you mean? I don't know what you're trying to say. Sorry. Thank you for all the likes, Mama Rose. Yeah, do it. A 1x1 obsidian castle in only 5 days. Do you want to see my viewers' castles? I can show you. We have a castle for several of our viewers from the other day. You're about to be blown away. You're not going to believe this. Nico's castle is beautiful. You guys aren't ready for this. The viewer castles are crazy. Look at these. Look at this whole row of castles. Someone popped in and they're like, build me a castle. I placed a block. I said, you're welcome. Yep. You get a castle, you get a sign out front to to claim it as yours, and then everyone gets a glowing cookie. Brahi Bear? Yeah, signs. It's not yours if your name's not on it. It is a cookie. It's a cookie inside a glowing item frame. That's what it is. Did you know they had cookies in Minecraft? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Seeing the pink reflection in there from this glass, that's kind of wild. Look at the lighting effects. There it goes. It dials in the pink because that's what's near the camera. That's funny. The rave cave. That's what it is. That's the rave cave. It's full of glowing mushrooms. Amazing. Zoom. The bumblebees. My view distance is just so messed up because I at one. Oh my god, what are they doing? What is happening? What? Go to your own homes, you guys. What are they doing? That is insane. They said this is the best spot. This is the best spot. They all want this spot. Yeah, they don't like their house. They want to hang out with the homies. Nah, bro. You don't even know about the movie Brother Bear. All right, let's see just a little bit here. Try to smooth some of this. Everybody needs to know about Brother Bear. It's important. It's important. Trying to smooth. Don't mind that. Don't mind that. This spot, this rock right here looks nice to me. This one looks good. Ain't no way you're gonna crash out over TikTok chat. That's crazy. You're getting successfully rage baited in the big 2-6. That's wild, brother. That wasn't even me, man. We're talking about a movie. Like, it is what it is. Plus, why you talking about getting people canceled? That's not even right, brother. Let's see. Exactly. That was my thought. It's a very young lad activity. You almost drowned. My biggest build? I mean, well, we use Axiom in creative mode, so nothing in this world has taken very long. But the longest thing we've worked on, hmm, probably probably about 20 hours, I would say. I don't think we've had anything we've spent like longer than that on. 20 hours is probably pretty accurate to the most time we've spent on anything, if I had to guess. It certainly is. It's just emojis. Let's do this. It's just otters. Hard to go wrong with just some otters. All right, let's see. Get some of this in here. I don't love the lines from the polished, but the color is just perfect. So I want to kind of see how it goes. The top right here or this back here? The top of what we're working on, Grizz, or the Bumblebee sandy area? Thanks for the follow, Mac. And we will just kind of use that as a little bit of transitioning for the actual terracotta. For the Bumblebee zone, let's go fly over and double check. That was weird. Did that just load in? That was weird. All right, there's less dithering now. I think that looks pretty good. Honestly, I mean, it does help the transition. No, it does help. We'll probably keep it. I don't know. I wasn't super sure about the polish tough, but it does okay. It does okay. This over here though is a couple different kinds of stripped wood, sandstone. Here, I'll just go through it like this. So we have, I believe it's jungle wood. Yep. Stripped jungle, stripped oak, stripped birch, smooth sandstone again, just like that build over there. That's what kind of gave me this idea. We use bone block, which is amazing. I love bone block, other than the fact that sometimes you get the wrong side visible. And then for the brightest parts, we used calcite. Bone block and calcite for the brightest parts. And then brown mushroom block and dripstone for the darkest. Yep. So that is the whole... Actually, do I have it saved over here? Bees. This is every block. So yeah. Dripstone, packed mud, brown mushroom, stripped jungle, stripped oak, stripped birch, smooth sandstone, bone block, calcite. I build everything up with the rock tool, is what I use. Do I build from imagination or do I have references? A little bit of both. So all of my ideas have come from my imagination so far. Everything that we've built so far here. I typically will try to find if there's any artwork or if I can use Midjourney or something to generate something similar to what I'm thinking. It's really hard to find something that you imagine, though. So I just do my best to try and get some inspiration from something else. But yeah. Yeah, this is all rock tool build up, Grizz. That's what we build everything up with. We use rock tool and then we use the melt brush. Is my favorite way to do things so far. Um, and a little bit of smoothing. Like the volcano is probably the only thing I've built up like really sillily in a silly way. I I was really trying to use smooth more, and I smoothed it down to like one big melted piece of plastic is what it looked like. And then I just went through with the melt brush like crazy, just gouging out chunks of it. Um, but yeah, typically like all of these mountains over here, these are all just rock brush. I just set the cone rock brush up, drag the cone up from the ground, and then I go back with the melt brush and I dig in some ridges. Yeah, that's how all of this is built. These glaciers, that's a cube-shaped rock brush with a little bit of smoothing applied. All of this down here, rock brush again, set super small. But yeah, this is all cone-shaped rock brush just to build this up. And then yeah, Alba, I do. You can find all of my links on my channel. Yeah, we I had an idea for some rainbow glaciers, and I got a really cool image result from Midjourney when I was starting to see if I could come up with a way to do it. I wanted these to glow from the inside, so they're actually filled with sea lanterns that you can't see super well in the day. Um, but yeah, that I really wanted this to glow like multicolored, and it, to be honest, it does not turn out at all how I how I was hoping. Um, but I learned a lot of things I do like making this. I love the water with the ice gradient. I love that. I love these little snowy covered floats, like these little icebergs. I love them a lot. And then I love how the ice creeps up and kind of blends into the iceberg. I think if I did a better job of layering for a foggier effect, because these are just full glass, I didn't hollow them out. If I did hollow them out and gave them like a wool colored center and then a couple layers of glass instead of being entirely glass, they'd probably look a lot better. But I think that would be incredibly time consuming just to see if I can get the appearance to be slightly better. Makes you crave a snow cone. Yes, I can see that. But yeah, all of these mountains and everything, this is all just rock brush grizz. That's exactly what I'm hoping for, Alba. You came back to the gorgeous rainbows? Yeah. Yeah. We have rainbow glaciers, or as Duck likes to call them, the snow cone glaciers. But yeah, that's exactly my goal, Alba, is I really like building environments specifically, and I'm a huge fan of like fantasy and magic and all that sort of stuff. So that's definitely my main inspiration. It's trying to come up with things that are a little bit unrealistic, you know? Yeah, they turned out pretty good. I wish they were a little bit better. I've been trying to brainstorm how to improve those glaciers for a while. This turned out really, really good. I like that color palette so much. No problem, sunshine. We're just vibing and chatting with everybody, showing them around. Yeah, it is fun to see what you can come up with when you're just trying to create something entirely non-generated, right? Because a lot of people do a really good job of like transforming what Minecraft generates, but coming up with something totally from scratch is like a whole different mindset. I do find though a lot of times, um, like my base idea for this is purely inspired by Minecraft generation from my base location. Slime Rancher is so dope, Grizz. That's such a good game to pull from. That's such a good game to pull from. Um, so far, we just recently started doing houses. Sunshine, thanks for all the likes in the cake. We have tested a couple different house building styles. Um, our stream on Monday, we were practicing for a mushroom village that I'm going to do in my solo world. And then here is some practice from a reference of some desert concept art that I found. I laid out like a little bit of a block palette here for what I was wanting to use. And then this is kind of what we threw together. Duck, thanks for the Pharaoh mask, man. He says he's trying to challenge Sunshine. She only sent a cake slice, bro. You guys are crazy. But yeah, so this was the first building we pretty much did. At least in our creative world. And then over here we have like a medieval barn style base that we set up. I play in super flat, so I have to I have to build silly things so that I can actually get like water and stuff to show up. So we've done a couple bases. And then like I said, on our other world, we just started doing a mushroom village. Which is turning out pretty awesome, I must say. This isn't like fully done up. The interior and stuff's not filled out, but it was a pretty good starting point. It would mog you? What you guys are crazy. You're glad you're not my neighbor. That's wild. Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. I'm excited to see what you guys build. That's crazy. Jealous. I can't believe you guys. The next weekly theme? I guess you're going to have to show up on Monday to find out. Jealousy is burning through you. That's what that's what I've been saying for the past week. I'm like, I gotta level up. You guys are making me feel bad. Build a giant banana house. Why a banana? Are you gonna build a giant minion next to it? Is it hard to learn the creation tool? Axiom? I'm really like the worst person you could ask. I have a lot of experience with 3D modeling software, and Axiom is like directly copied from the Blender software. So it is, I was going to say, some people think it's pretty easy. I would say it is pretty intuitive and easy. But again, I have a lot of 3D experience, so I don't really know how hard it might be for someone that doesn't. Yeah, but Grizz, you're also pretty technical. You know, like you picked up Minimator and all that stuff pretty easy too. Sunshine also says it's easy. Well, then it must not be too bad. It is user friendly. Like it does feel pretty intuitive. Yeah. Yeah, Freeride says only 2 days to learn as well. So, I mean, that seems to be pretty across the board. There's like 4 or 5 of us saying, wow, what, Sunshine? Sunshine says it's easy too, is all I said. I didn't say anything. Don't hold me hostage here. Victoria's laughing because she knows I'm in trouble. Yeah, Grizz, exactly. Big brain, lots of wrinkles. Sunshine silently typing a raging letter in Discord. Okay, we have a general plan for it must be easy. No, I did not. No, I did not say that. That's what you heard. That's not what was said. What do you need to export what you build into an actual world? You can do it with Axiom. You can just save everything as a blueprint. So you just know the code? Nah. I wouldn't call you out like that. I'm not that way. But yeah, to transport your builds, you can blueprint everything right in Axiom. Whatever you select and copy, like if I were to make a selection of this, you can just control C to copy it, and then you just open up a blueprint menu and you can literally just drop this in the other world, in your normal world. You can also use if you want to like go from creative to survival, you can use Lightmatica, which is what I've been trying to learn lately. We'll see. I have to put it into action pretty soon, so we'll see if I can figure it out. Everything out of my mouth is a lie. That's crazy. That's wild. But yeah, I think I'm happy with the idea for the cliff palette. I'm going with this general sort of shape where we have like rounded sort of rocks. I might cube them up a little bit more. It's going to be much taller than this though. At least at some points. It's going to be a lot taller. You're not helping me out now. No. You wouldn't leave me hanging. You wouldn't do that. And okay, so I have kind of two different ideas I would like to sort of practice or work on. And I'll let you guys kind of decide what we should do first. Is one is some ruins, because my main building style is going to be castle ruins. And then the other thing is plants. I was originally thinking this whole stream would just be like custom trees, bushes, things like that. But if you guys have a preference on which one you'd like to see, we can kind of take a vote on it and decide. Sunshine, why so feisty today, huh? Why are you so feisty? All of them. Do it all. Do everything and all of it. Grizz. Do all of it. We've had like 3 people say build ruins. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because that's going to be primarily what we're building. Yeah, we did just do a whole bunch of mushroom building the past couple weeks, didn't we? So I have replace mode on. Don't do that. Get that out of there. Also, what is my FOV set to? I feel really zoomed in from being in the Axiom view now. I feel so small. You're very nice today. What the? What the? Okay, there we go. Yeah, you guys can hate on it all you want. I haven't even thought of how to use Axiom for this. but I will lay out the blocks I'm planning on using. Pretty much the only thing axiom-wise I've thought about is like you could do noise or gradient painter to do the texturing a little bit faster. You could do the melt brush if you had like an actual tower built up or something to just like if you had a fully structured castle tower or something, you could just melt brush and take a chunk out of it. But yeah, I don't, other than that, I'm not really sure. Like, I don't know if there's, you still kind of have to do the normal detailing work of building. There's not like an easy way, unless you have a library of blueprints to kind of kit bash together. There's not like a simple solution for that. But this is my general, oh, I forgot cobble. No, I didn't. It's right there. Blind. Dementia. Cobblestone is the cause. That's what it is. We've discovered. Yeah, you do have to do some stuff manually for sure. You're a hater? No one's telling you to be a hater. Well, no, my theme, Grizz, is actually Ruined Castle for the season. So what I've been doing is building up castle towers and stuff as practice, and then seeing how I would maybe potentially lay out the rubble. But I really like this palette, and to give you a hint as to why, it's literally from this base over here. If you saw the walls, that's pretty much what gave me the idea. I was like, wow, these all go together insanely well. But yeah, we're going more like medieval castle, and then my idea specifically is, so I was looking at all of these and I was like, why do these blend together so well? And that's what kind of made me realize, oh wow, there's a lot of moss and cracks and wear and tear in these blocks that you can really utilize, all from just stone. So it kind of does the job for you, truthfully. But yeah, the whole theme is pretty much ruined kingdom that is now kind of re-inhabited for the season, to give you some insight. So we have andesite and cobble. Is there a regular stone wall? I don't even know if there is. Oh, mossy cobble. I forgot that too. We can put that down. Regular stone brick. Stone. Does regular stone have a wall? No. I know. But this is just what I've already laid out and been using for the most part. And you'll see. I just try to separate the theming on some of my stuff. That way it's more apparent, like, what serves what purpose. Because, like, while I have stone and andesite in the cliff, I tried to incorporate something that had a slight blue to it. That's why I have the cyan terracotta and the tuff. And then I tried to incorporate something that was not gray by going into the sandstone and the moss. So I have a little pop of color. So the cliffs will separate themselves out that way. And then the ruins, because I want them to somewhat blend with the cliffs, I primarily want to be grayscale and green. And then the actual separator is because these are going to be like just parts of rubble and whatnot. And what I'm going to do from there is I have a more modern style of like medieval barn style. You are not the first person to say that, Leon. You are not the first person to say that. And thank you guys, Daisy, for the compliments. So I'm thinking for my actual buildings that are not just ruins, because I'm going to need a place to live and put things like villagers or farms and stuff like that. We know it's you on an alt account. That's a long ways off, buddy. Sorry. So this is sort of my general palette is spruce, diorite, and calcite. And then I'm still trying to pick a proper roof material. But as tedious as it would be, I would really love to use hay bales. I just don't think I can get the shape I want from hay bales. Maybe if I mix it with bamboo, I could. But I don't know yet. That's going to require some testing. But I want to do barns, like medieval barn style for a lot of my smaller buildings. Tempest is here. Hey, Tempest, can we join your realm, bro? That was the first thing Duck said today. So funny. So funny. I am not doing map art. I am curious to see what it'll look like from above on a map, but no, I'm not too concerned about that. More just kind of practicing building in scale, practicing building structures in general. Yeah, I know they're like, this is more green, this is more orange, you know? You're multiple adult juices deep. Hey, you had a good lunch, huh? Did you have a work lunch? Been on a few of those. Go for a work meeting on brunch and have mimosas and end up in trouble. That's how it goes sometimes. Oh, yeah, you did tell me you were going to that. That's right. That's right. You're the fill-in, you said. You did tell us all about that. He's just vibing, enjoying his time. You got a burger in your F-150, huh? That's bold, man. That's bold. It would be cool if you opened the map and there's a 16 by 16 of just your head, like your face. That is quite the American sentence. You're not wrong. He forgot things like fireworks and eagles and 4th of July. Most of our content so far has been based on the creative, but it's really just to get our ideas out so that we can start having an idea of what we want to build in survival. It's always been my goal to end up building most of these, if not all of these, in survival. I just have yet to do so. You know, we just started at like Christmas time, so we're still ramping up. You know, still ramping up. Yeah. Creative is super fun. I've been having a blast. For certain. I was using deep slate tiles a little bit on my other creative world. I don't know, because like I said, if I end up not using this, I think I would like the contrast of the deep slate on the roof. I do like the dark, and I've been trimming the roof with stone and mossy stone brick. It's been pretty good so far. I've also thought about copper, but I couldn't really find a way to transition. I wanted to do like deep slate to copper. I don't have cracked in here, but I mean it can just kind of replace these here and there. But yeah, deep slate, I mean, yeah, it is like a reddish purple tone. Which is why it was so hard to try to find a way to bridge it over to oxidized copper. Plus there's not a lot of in-between blocks for that. But yeah, I did do some tests with like nether brick and red nether brick and mangrove or crimson. You can make some pretty cool transitions there pretty easily. But I really wanted to find a way to transition from oxidized to deep slate, and it was tough. It was just tough. It was not blending well. Yeah, Tempest. So we just announced today we're doing an SMP server called Common Ground. There is 11 of us total, I believe. I hope I'm not missing someone with that number in my head. But there's 11 of us, all content creators. We're all roughly okay, good. Thanks, Salami. Salami is actually the founder of the server. He's in chat. But there's 11 of us. We're all just kind of hoping to get back to the cozy roots of like old school Minecraft Let's Plays. You know, just kind of vibing together, hanging out, enjoying survival, building cool stuff. Yeah, and Grizz Plays and Gold Goat are in the YouTube chat, and they are also on the server. And if any of you guys join my Discord, they are all linked there. Everybody's stuff is linked in a big post on Discord for an announcement. Oh, I didn't think about putting Skulk between it because I was mostly hoping to work. I was using it as a roof texture daisy, and I was mostly hoping to work in stairs and slabs, was why I didn't think of that. But there's certainly room for some full blocks when you transition those. Like instead of slabs in some spots, you can use full blocks. So that's not a terrible idea. Yeah, we've been operating for about a week or so. Yeah, Salami, heard you guys were over here. Dark Prismarine is also a pretty good one, but the Prismarine itself is honestly brighter than the copper, and I needed stuff to go between the two. Because if you actually look at this, the like if I grab regular Prismarine, like the dark fits between them pretty well. I'd say that could go here, you know? That's a pretty good transition. But this is just way brighter than copper is. It doesn't really fit in here. This has a much higher value. But yeah, the dark Prismarine does work good. You've been nervous to join any SMPs? I am extremely picky. When Salami had been recruiting for a while, and I had been actively looking for one to join for a couple months. And I had a lot of people that are like, hey, come join. And then they don't talk to you ever again. You know, like they're just trying to mass recruit people for no reason other than hoping their server blows up or something. Hello. I heard buzzing. I was like, what is happening? But yeah, the process for applying is just terrible for most servers. You know, people just they just want a mass invite, see if they can get like 300 people on their server and hope it blows up on the internet. You know, no real goal, nothing like that, and I'm not here for that. I also find people just will let anybody in, and it's a lot of grief and everything else. I don't need all that. But yes, Salami has put in quite the effort vetting our members. Yeah, the spray and pray method, exactly. That's exactly it. This bee is definitely scouting out the new style. I can't believe we can still see that through the fog. But yeah, it's just gonna be everyone's kind of got their own theme, their own style that they're going in with. No, you can plug whatever you want. Go ahead. I tell people all the time because we have other small streamers like Tempest and stuff in here. I do not mind inter promoting, so as long as it lets you post it, that is. Yeah, Pumpkin, I see that sometimes. We have a couple members that are on the shy side, but I mean that's part of it too, right? Is, you know, you're there, the ultimate goal is to grow your community, make some friends, things like that. I do too, Tempest, but you know, we've done a pretty good job of pushing people to each other's little sides of the internet. So as long as it's people that I consistently see, I don't mind a little promo back and forth. Yeah, exactly, Daisy. It's just disingenuous. That's all it is. Like, if you can't take the time to actually see if someone is qualified or, well, and not even qualified, because the only qualification should really be, are you a decent human? Like, that should be the only qualification. So qualified's kind of the wrong word, but to not even vet whether you're like a nice or interesting person, you know, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, and I've definitely encountered, you know, not everyone likes to voice chat all the time and stuff, but that is what it is. You know, I understand social anxiety and whatnot. Yeah, we do, Tempest. We definitely bounce back and forth. Yeah, for sure, Salami. That's you were probably stoked when you got some messages from other people instead of you having to reach out, I'm sure. Yeah, we've been singing our praises in the in the Common Ground Discord to him. We all pat him on the back for that. It's definitely a headache I wouldn't have wanted to put up with myself. All right, let's clear that. Not even just server ownership, but also interviewing and vetting members, setting up a website, setting up a Discord, managing 10 other people and yourself across a 9-hour time difference. Man's been putting in the work. Daisy, there's about 3 or 4 of us in the chat right now that are all a part of Common Ground that just got announced today. Yeah, exactly. Work in your project management for sure. Somebody is at my door. Are they just dropping a package and leaving? Yes, they are. Okay. Had to check. Not very often does the delivery man ring the doorbell. You don't envy you either? Yep, me and Tempest just ran into each other's streams and started vibing, so now we just since we share similar vibes, we send people each other's way. Works out pretty nicely. Okay, let's see. Rubble in general has not been too bad. What I have discovered is I like to... Let's do this. No. Clear my bar. Let's get organized. I like to just build stuff out of a single block. And then sort of go back and texture it afterwards. Daisy, I also enjoy watching the Wandercraft crowd. That is a pretty stacked server, actually. They have quite a few people that are entertaining and build cool stuff. I haven't seen anything on Soulfire Eggs yet, but I do watch. I am a Wandercraft watcher. That's a pretty good call out. Yeah, there's some good people over there for sure. What? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. The ribeye raccoon. That's crazy, Barcha. That's crazy. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen the trailer for the server, it introduces every member, and I actually was the one that got the opportunity to put it together. So please go check it out. Look up the common ground. Here, yeah, we can link the video. Let's see. Let's do that. Because not everyone is in the Discord. So let me link the actual video. She should be proud. Oh, that's going to link too. You're in the Discord. What are you talking about? You are. I know for a fact you are.
About a month ago, I started gathering...
Not trying to play that in everyone's ear. Oh, it's your old account, so you got to take it back? I see. I see. You're there, but you're not there. Yes, if you haven't seen it, go check it out. Go check it out. I recommend everybody watch the trailer and get to see a little bit of everyone that's on there. Launch day is tomorrow, right? I gotta look at the countdown again. I keep forgetting because we moved it forward. Yes. Launch day is tomorrow for the server. So if you want to see a bunch of people running around on a new server as an SMP, tomorrow will be the day. I know a lot of us will be streaming. I'm undecided yet because I have a heck of an early day on Sunday. And I don't know if I want to get hopped up in a stream late Saturday night. I'm undecided. I might just record the start and make some clips and videos out of it. But we might be live tomorrow. So if anybody is looking for that, I know a lot of you guys are from the UK, so it'll be pretty late because it's going to be 6 p.m. my time. So it would be like 10, 11 o'clock is when we would start for your guys' time. But if you're late nighter on the weekends and you want something to watch, some of us will be live for sure. That's crazy. Wink. That's crazy. Duck, thanks for the corgi. We're so close to filling out this week's goals. So close. You guys have been crazy with that this week. Thank you for the hearts, too. Super, super close. We've almost completely filled up the gallery, actually. So I appreciate you. Okay, we've been yapping. We've been yapping and distracted. Not that that's a bad thing. Let's see. Yep. Another corgi and a heart away. That's all we need. So let's see. I don't have a lot of shapes in mind right now for how I want these to be. But I think just trying to sort of pair things together and come up with things. Yeah, it was. It definitely knew. It was like, you guys need to talk. The thing I've been noticing that I like a lot about when I do these ruins is kind of just trying to make everything feel a little bit curved and broken off. That seems to really help. Just sort of eliminating a lot of these really sharp edges makes it kind of feel like, okay, that this used to be a complete thing and it's just kind of like tumbled over. Yeah, Daisy, I think it's going to be super fun. We're all pretty stoked about it. And then the other thing that really helps, I've felt like, is kind of just adding chunks missing by placing stairs random ways is what I've been practicing doing too. Just sort of popping in things like that. And then also you can mix in walls too in some spots to get more interesting shapes. And we could also, instead of this, we could do something like this. A creative multiplayer? Oh, that could be interesting. We need more like bakery style servers where people just get to go wild. We do need more of those. Those are really entertaining. Is it driving you nuts that it's not lit up? I can tell what you're talking about already. Thanks, Duck. I appreciate you, man. That's hilarious. Thanks for filling in the rest of the gallery, dude. All gifts lit up this week. And I don't think I told any of you guys, but this week we have risen in creator rank. We went from D tier to C tier. So, I mean, I don't know what it takes to go higher, but I'm sure that helps tremendously. So, that's awesome, you guys. Props to all of you. That's awesome. I don't know if I like that. Yeah, it's been a crazy week. Everyone's been super, super supportive. We've also had an insane it should be S tier. That's insane. We've had an incredible amount of new people. So if you haven't been around, thank you for showing up because it's actually crazy. We had like 57 unique chatters last stream. Like that's a wild number for me to see. I don't even get it. So obviously all the liking, all the sharing, all the commenting, it's helping people see it. So I appreciate all of you guys. So I'm thinking, yep, it does get better and better. Honestly, I was having a blast streaming to like 2 people. So I'm all for it. I'm here for the small crowd, the big crowd, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just having fun. I think okay. So thinking of ruins, it's a lot easier to build something and then break it down. I've discovered. It's much easier to be like, okay, we actually build a tower and then over here is what's left of the tower and you just kind of make random pieces, sprinkle things around. And that seems to be working pretty well for me. Just sort of doing random pieces like this. And what I have been doing on my other creative world is actually taking the time to fully build out like castle towers and stuff and then pasting a copy of it next to it and destroying it. And that seems to be the best way to get good results. It's just a little annoying to have to build something to destroy something that you want to build. But it does seem to give the best results. So I kind of wanted to practice what it would look like if we don't fully build something out. Can you paste it so it stacks on what's there? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Oh man, chisels and bits is too deep for me. Too deep. That's too much tedium. Yeah, you can absolutely. I mean, we could literally copy everything we have here and then just be like, maybe this is a multi-story building or something, and yeah, just build this up on top of itself. So yeah, we could make like you said, a rubble wall or like a corner of a building and stack it up for corners of multiple floors and stuff like that. You can really get creative with how to kind of kit bash everything together. Yeah, Daisy, you can also I don't know if you can use it standalone or if it requires it, but the copycat mod for the create mod packs will let you build out of andesite copycat and then you can apply any block you want as the texture. It's amazing. You could have pumpkin stairs. You can do anything. You can do literally anything. It's amazing. And they have a ton of different shapes too. Like there's boards which are just like a facade. They don't even take up a block space. You can stack them like layered snow but in any direction. And then there's little cubes which they're literally like half of a wall and you can place them in any section. It's really nice. It's really, really nice. The copycat stuff is amazing. If you like to do those more detailed builds, that is. Yeah, facades are super dope. We are not doing survival today, but this is design planning for the survival SMP that starts tomorrow. That's what this is. Yeah, I haven't played a ton of mod packs. I've played a couple create packs, but they got pretty laggy pretty fast because we were doing it multiplayer, so that didn't last long. And I played all the mods 6 and all the mods 10. But that, that doesn't last long either. You get into those mod packs, unless you're going for building the star, you kind of hit your stride pretty fast and then you're in and out. But the main thing I want to sort of practice for these ruins is some different walls, because I want to border some of my main building area with some rubble walls, because like I said, my main theme is like there used to be a castle there. So I'm kind of trying to figure out how exactly I want to do that, and been trying to kind of come up with interesting ways to make it look decent, Iron bars for exposed rebar. That is a pretty awesome idea, actually. All the mods are brilliant. Yeah. I mean, there's so much in it, right? Honestly, we could do any kind of bar. I mean, like all the copper ones could be cool at different levels even. Chains would be useful. Yep. You could have chains hanging from things. Especially, actually, I think I have 3D chains resource pack. So they're chunkier. Ooh. I actually really like the chains. That's pretty crispy. Hive mind activated. Exactly. Everybody together now. Chonky chain. Yeah. Yeah, chains are cool. All the copper bars would be pretty cool, because then I like these because they give you color. Like we said, that we're working in kind of a grayscale, and this would allow us to not have to be entirely grayscale. Yeah, free ride, that was definitely on my list. I hadn't decided how much I wanted the ruins to be still established. I was thinking mostly like my starter base is a part of the ruins, and my thought initially was it would be like the only thing still standing from the ruins. Like everything else would be like nearly gone, wiped out, just like this is what's left. So you have to like really use your imagination for what it used to look like. But I also want it to be rehabilitated, because the whole theming for this area that I'm building is that the ruined castle is now inhabited by traveling plant merchants. So these people with wagons full of potted plants and flowers and stuff like that found a place to actually settle down and start like plant nurseries, or, like if you've ever seen like the places that they grow rows and rows of saplings and rows of flowering bushes and stuff like that to sell off to landscaping companies. That's kind of the theme I want to be inhabiting the ruined castle. You build a Hey, Jerry. I mean, the TNT, it'll get you a shape. It'll do part of the job. It's not a bad decision. I mean, we can also do some of that. I've just been trying to build up a little bit of a story around it so I have something to kind of go off of. But if I make this a cube, separate this and make it tall. Not that tall. Holy crap. Okay. But yeah, I feel like having a little bit of a story in place just helps kind of make the design make more sense. Here, let's go the other way. We'll make it skinny this way and make it longer. Yeah, world building helps tremendously. This is Cube World, the Roblox add-on, if you didn't know. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. And I did it again. Excellent job. Paste, please. Did it do it? Why is it not pasting? What in the world? Oh. Not air blocks. Ha. That's why it was my filter was not allowing it to place. I haven't checked out World Anvil, but I use Obsidian as my pre-pro planning. Squidward, I was totally memeing you, by the way. This is Minecraft. But we can use the melt brush now. And like I mentioned earlier, I like the cone shape and I like the octahedron. Obsidian is great. And there's an add-on for Obsidian called Excalidraw. If you haven't used it, it's absolutely incredible. Like it's just blueprint building. Like you can just make a vision board to die for. But yeah, we could melt out stuff like this as well. So we could kind of get some interesting shapes this way. Yeah, and I can also set it so that the block is specifically, we're using mossy stone bricks, so I can tell it, not infested, please, just regular. I can tell it to do that so it doesn't delete the grass. But then, yeah, you can just chisel away. Take chunks out. And you could use this for a pretty good starting point. I mean, that's why I said I hadn't really thought about how to apply Axiom itself, but I mean this could be a pretty good starting point, and then you can go back and add in stairs, add in slabs and walls, texture it. We're already getting something that's kind of interesting to look at. Give me some of this. Hi, Angel. Welcome in. Glad you decided to stop by. It's meant specifically for writing. Oh, that's nice. I'm a very visual person. So while I while I talk about like lore and story and stuff, I am definitely using visuals to tell my story. We are sort of design planning. I'm just kind of messing around, seeing if we can come up with some ideas for some castle ruins. We just tested some block palettes for cliff ideas. And we kind of laid out some ideas for block palettes for buildings. So now we're kind of just messing around with blocks. The shader is complementary reimagined. Yeah, we'll probably mix in a bunch of stuff. Like, I didn't lay out the cracked stone brick specifically because it's kind of just perfectly interchangeable with this. It's just like slightly darker. But definitely going to use all of these. The cobble and the mossy cobble looks more like a heavily cracked and worn down stone brick in my opinion. But yeah, the cracked stuff is pretty good too. So let's see side by side. Like it is nice. It's just a little bit darker, right? So it would be a good transition from this to a couple of these. The second best burger you've ever tasted, not the first. Thanks for following, Daisy. But yeah, I mean, now we can kind of just come through here, add some shapes. Thanks for following, Angel. Appreciate you guys. The burger that just won't leave your memory. It would be a pretty cool entryway. I actually have already designed 90% of my starter base, and my starter base, I've decided the only part of the old castle that's still standing is half of the gate. So my starter base is a gatehouse. The Mighty Mac. Yeah. Big bridge. But yeah, I've just been kind of practicing trying to figure out what it is about this process that gives me like the shapes I like. I think a lot of it is just trying to smooth everything down more and more. Trying stuff like this up here. This has helped a lot too. Trying to get shapes that would not freestand very well. Like this, like where you just have like this really top heavy sort of structure. That feels pretty good a lot of the time. Just to give you something that's kind of like unique, like, oh, maybe this was a pillar and the pillar just still has something top heavy, like a hammer sort of shape. You can support it slightly, so it makes some sense. But yeah, that's the sort of thing I've been trying to come up with more and more. Hey, Jaden, welcome in. Yeah, and just like rounding things down. I don't know. It's definitely still a learning process. And I mean, I think especially from a distance, you can really have some creative freedom and just kind of let your imagination do a lot of the thinking. You know, your brain is going to put two and two together once you're looking at an entire environment instead of having to really detail this up. We are practicing different just designs for our multiplayer server that we're about to start. Yeah. Yeah, it also seems to help quite a bit to just have like some rubble in general and then sort of just piecing it together like it's in a little pile. Like a chunk of something. Yeah. Yeah, this is all design planning for Common Ground. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. It is creators only. Yes. There's 11 of us. Yep, there'll be 11 of us and it starts tomorrow. Which is crazy. I can't believe it starts tomorrow. I keep telling everyone in there I'm ready, but I'm not ready. I'm ready, but I'm not ready. I kind of like doing that too. Just having a couple bricks that have fallen out. I think that adds a lot to it. We haven't really messed with the bars yet. Let's see about adding these somewhere. It's valid to be ready but not ready. The rebar is pretty sweet, not gonna lie. That's a good call, you guys. That's a good call. And I like the extra added color. I especially like the oxidized ones. Waiting for copper to age is gonna be miserable. What do we think about? Let's add some of these in. Do these look more just like rusty? Ooh, I kind of like that better. Actually, it stands out more against the stone and stuff. This almost blends in. I don't know who that is. I am unfamiliar. Yeah, I probably will use some copper to add these in places because I do like that quite a bit. I'm gonna need a bee farm though because I like the I like the orange ones, not the blue ones. That still doesn't help me. There's so many people with old hardcore worlds. He was Unk though. Unk gang. I don't. You guys, I just got into Minecraft like 3 or 4 months ago. I don't know everybody. I didn't when I did my first stream, I didn't know who Technoblade was. But I had so many people comment on my shorts that I sounded like him that I had to go look him up. That's how new to the space I am. Like, I don't think a lot of people understand. I think a lot of people, when they watch Minecraft, they're like, oh, yeah, everybody has known about Minecraft for 10, 15 years. Not everyone. I know who Wubby is, but not because of Minecraft, if he does Minecraft. The only person with like a crazy green skin I know of, like, doesn't Dream have a green skin with like a big smiley face drawn on it, I think? I don't know. I've been trying to learn everybody's like, everyone has their nostalgia creator. I've been trying to learn all of them because I don't know them. I feel stupid when people bring them up. I really like adding these bars in, actually. That is such a good call out, you guys. That's such a good call out. And I was undecided if I wanted to do this, so let's give it a look. I think I need a shovel still. Even though I'm in creative, I think you still need a shovel. I do. I do. From his walking videos, though. I do think adding some of that in would look good. What about with I don't know if I would like. Don't be sorry. Thanks for hanging out, Jaden. Appreciate you. Would I like the oak for the holes? Or would I like the spruce because it's darker? Sorry, the hiccups. That's terrible. I hate the hiccups. Let's do some on this side in the sunlight. Let's get a better look at it. Let's get a better look. Lightning rods, that's a good call out too. Yeah, that might be a decent, like, comparable to the chains and the bars. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. What if we just mixed them both? Would that matter? I do kind of like having holes in there sometimes. I do kind of. Yeah, let's look at that a little bit more. I forgot we have copper chains as well. That's insane. There's so many options. And we have weathered lightning rods too. I forgot. Hey, enjoy your time up there. Have fun. What does that look like? Because you can place them both ways, right? Can't you? Yeah. Yeah, so we could have it like that. Ooh. Ooh. That might be pretty cool. We are just practicing building some ruins. Yeah, the lightning rods could be pretty sweet, actually. I mean, really, you could mix in all kinds of stuff. Like, the chains could be cool, kind of having some as darker. Actually, I like the chains a lot. No, we haven't tried that yet. We haven't messed with buttons too much. The chains look really good, actually. I think that might be my favorite. Like, I was just saying, I like the waxed copper bars for a little pop of color, but that dark contrast from the chains is awesome. Plus, iron farm. There's not a copper farm. There's an iron farm. So, but you always end up with a big surplus of copper. So I was trying to think of ways to incorporate it. So some like rusty bars would be pretty cool. I like the chains. I like the lightning rods. We could probably mix in all of them a little bit. Yeah, I do wish the iron bars match the chains. I think it's silly that they don't. And then the iron like trapdoors and doors are like almost white. I don't get that. I don't get that at all. It's like everything made out of iron's a completely different color. Which, speaking of iron, I don't know how much sense it would make, but you could probably have some areas if they were like more structural. You could mix in some anvils probably. It places this way, doesn't it? Like this could be. Let's get rid of some of that. Like just to get some different darker shapes in some spots, you could add anvils and stuff like that. I actually do like both trapdoors. So it might just be something we mix both of them. Because I do like both of them. Because it's cool to have some of the holes through, like the oak. Yeah, stone shelves for real. I despise the fact that there's not a gray shelf. I mean, like, okay, we have stone walls, but why do I not have actual shelves? It drives me crazy. Which that's something we can do in some of these spots. Like, oh, maybe part of it is chunked out in some of these spots and look kind of interesting. We were detailing this side more, so it kind of looks a little silly. And we can also do like some stone hanging and like partially connected too. That's a really good way to get like a good amount of detail in a small spot is with walls, especially if there's a block behind them. I don't know what. Oh, because those are side by side, they're already connecting. But in spaces like this, you can make them connect up. And that looks pretty good. It also helps you make a more detailed angular shape pretty easily. This up here would look pretty good with walls on this side, actually. Like it's slightly more supported without being a full block out. Yeah, this is good though. Like I know we're not building necessarily like something I would blueprint in or anything, but it's helping me determine our block palette more. It's helping me determine how to make more interesting shapes easier, how to add details. And I think a lot of these things are going to help a ton when we get into actually like laying out buildings. And then adding little piles of rubble is kind of just like freehand, but it works nicely. Yeah, have some slabs just kind of like hanging. Yeah, because I was adding some slabs like onto areas just to like lessen the gap and stuff, or like taking chunks out. But yeah, we could do the opposite of that too. Like maybe this whole thing used to come out further and now it's just like that's all that's left. That definitely looks good on the ground, like it's just like a little pile of rubble. That is nice though, just to kind of like bring something towards you. Especially if you mix it with a wall, I feel like. In a bottom slab. Mm-hmm. 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 Vertical slabs. I know. Half slabs and vertical slabs would be the dream. I also would like walls to be able to go sideways. That would also be the dream. Why can't I pillar instead of this way, this way? Horizontal walls would be sweet. Or just let us toggle something so that you can place walls like just this bottom section of a stair, you know, and you can place it on any side that you want. That'd be so nice. Yeah, but we're not building like debug mode or anything like that because we're gonna recreate everything in survival. So it's all survival multiplayer planning. Oh yeah, if you could place buttons more randomly instead of just in the middle of a block, that would be really neat. What were you saying about buttons on the floor? Well, I can't place on these because they're not solid blocks, but were you just saying like just to mix in the rubble, like adding some wood buttons and stuff? Yeah, that's a good call too. Yeah, we can just like pepper some around just to add more detail. Yeah. Just to add to the vibe of the that's all that's left of the floor, you know? Yeah, stolen buttons. I'm going to reverse steal buttons. I'm just going to put a stack of buttons in someone's chest every day. That's my season prank. Where do the buttons keep coming from? Don't tell anybody. Can you place? Oh, yeah, and I forget too that you can place buttons on the side of blocks. That would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? Not that that's like a big detail, but if I was just wanting to add something to a wall that looked plain, adding some buttons could do something. Hey, Pumpkin, welcome back and thanks for the follow. Like a spot like this, other than taking out bricks, we could add some buttons here and there just to break up the pattern. That's kind of neat, actually, because it adds a little highlight too. I kind of like that. And then up here, like where there is a floor, we could be like the floor used to be mounted there or something. That's interesting. Buttons are the tiniest of details, but they do help kind of pull it together when you want to really push it. Trying to think too. Let's move this a little closer to the cliff that we made so that we can actually see it side by side and see how the colors will be. Thank you. That is the best compliment you can give. So, thank you a ton. Inspiring you to build something or to build it a different way is all I can ask for. Do a door standing up and two trapdoors on the ground. Ooh, that's a good idea, Jerry. That's a good idea. So let's just do this so that we can see. Oh my gosh. Hold up. I forgot I had the melt tool masked. So it only copied the bricks. It didn't copy anything else. But yeah, one broken door, one standing door. That's a really good idea. So now you guys are thinking of how to creatively use the blocks. I really like the trap doors mixed with the campfires. I really like the bars and chains. This is what I wanted to see though, because this is going to be our backdrop for the most part, is a lot of these sort of textured cliffs like this. So I know there's like a lot of gray and green happening, but I kind of want that. I want the ruins to feel like a part of the environment. And that kind of helps sell like, oh, the environment has really worn away at it. It's kind of taken it over. Matching the colors and stuff really helps sell that. Um and that's why my palette for my other buildings is so standoutish by having a really saturated wood, a really saturated roof color, bright walls. That's kind of my vision. Um yeah, adding plants are going to be everywhere. There's going to be plants everywhere. I don't know if you were here when I was kind of talking about like the lore or the story plan, but this ruined castle is going to be entirely taken over by traveling plant merchants or like traveling botanists, whatever, horticulturalists, whatever you want to call them. And so everything is going to be filled in with different small trees, potted plants, flowers, bushes. We're going to be growing nurseries and greenhouses and inside all of the ruins and everything. So there's going to be lots of plant life on it, in it, around it, all over the place. JRU, thanks for following on Twitch. Appreciate that big time. You don't like sand? Why don't you like sand? But yeah, like my main area that I have planned for this is like a big grand hall for the keep um or like a church that's like broken down and kind of converting that broken down building into a huge greenhouse that we can fill with a bunch of custom plants too. Gravel. We had Salami brought up gravel earlier, and it's definitely a good idea. I just don't do a lot of the test building with gravel or concrete powder and stuff. It just the only reason I do that is because of the simulating gravity. You know, like in survival, it'll be a lot easier for me to just be like, okay, there's a block below this. I can make that gravel, you know, things like that. But in creative with Axiom, Axiom doesn't automatically simulate gravity. You have to like actually select and tell it to. So I just don't include it a lot of the time. But yes, probably both of those things, honestly. Because if I look at concrete powder, I mean, like gray concrete powder would fit our palette really well. Um, Even the brown or the green, like green concrete powder mixed with moss could look really, really good. Hey Sam, what's up? Yeah, Pumpkin, you can do some cool tricks with campfires too. I've seen some people really messing with where to place hay bale campfires. Do you mean like the silk touched coal blocks? Like these ones? Or the full block of coal, the really dark one? Because I have not tried to fit that in. But these I've thought of. I've thought of these. But they are so dark. I've thought about trying to do a terrain that uses these because a lot of people, once they have like a bamboo farm or something, they don't use coal. So then the coal can be used exclusively for building. Kind of like you said, like you can just kind of pop that in there. Like, oh no, black concrete. I think that is the blackest thing you can have. Yeah, there's like zero highlight on black concrete. Like that is just that's nothingness. That's void. That's devoid of any color or light. This at least has like that nice little warm color to it. Raw iron has a nice color to it too, yeah. It looks it looks like a better colored cobblestone. Also, cobblestone to me looks a little bit like it's dug out rather than sticking out sometimes. This very much looks like it's coming at you, in my opinion. But that also, that color of the raw iron pairs really well with the bars. It really does. Using this as flooring, like the raw iron, or what do I have ideas for flooring? Is that what you're asking? Actually, now that you say that, I was trying to think. I really like mud. Yes and yes. Both. I really like mud and I want to come up with a path that uses it. I want that to be more curved. Let's see. So I was trying to think of what could we do um to mix with this. It looks like a block of cod. It kind of does, like a block of fish. It does look like the cod that you can actually fish up. That's funny. If I wanted to transfer mud to like grass or moss, how would we do that? How would we do that? Because that would be awesome. I would like that. Terracotta. Terracotta strikes again. The gray wool actually is a pretty good blend. That's a pretty good hop right there. Packed mud, I don't know how many browns I'm gonna include in a lot of this. But yeah, dead coral mixes really well with stone. Because like I said, I want a lot of the ruins to I keep hitting that key. I want a lot of the ruins to blend in with the terrain. And then from that we're going overgrown look. So I'm not sure because I was thinking about mud brick and stuff too, but I'm not sure where I would incorporate it exactly. Maybe if I start adding more like stripped wood and stuff like that to things and not just doing like the stone and rebar, if I do add a good amount of like the wood elements, the mud brick does really look pretty similar to some of the stripped wood, especially spruce and whatnot. So that could be a thing. We could use it just to kind of blend those colors. I'm pretty sure it's pretty close to spruce. Let's see. Like if those were side by. Oh, I have replace on still. Oh, it's probably closer to jungle, isn't it? Jungle wood would fit better with that. But still, same idea. I really want to use hay bales. I never use them and I really want to. I want to build with them. So I'm trying really hard to make this my roof palette. I'm going to really see if I can get it to look decent. The other thing I really want to build with is actually kelp block. This might be weird, but it is. I think it's such an interesting block and I really want to try to use it. Not as a floor though. I don't think that's it. That's not sauce. That is indeed not sauce. But I am curious if we could kind of blend something like this, like grass, moss, terracotta, mud. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what a nice path would be because the area around me is very like it's steep, but it's very riverlands. Oh man, hay bale slabs would rock. Yeah, I do see a lot of people use kelp block for like their Japanese style builds and stuff like that for flooring. Yeah, just trying to come up with something like a way to bridge this. I mean, moss and grass go good together. The green, concrete, and wool, they go pretty good together. I'm most definitely going to do something like this. We could do like muddy mangrove roots that brings in brown, but I don't know if there's a good way to sort of transition from mud to moss. What's that? Strip dark oak? Eh, kind of. It's easy to go mud to brown. Rooted dirt? We could look at that. Yeah, there's just not a lot that like hits that green note. Oh, podzol maybe. I haven't considered that. That might be a thing. It does have a little bit of green in it, but wow, is it saturated. Same, that is so bright too. Just trying to come up with a path pattern that is not just the typical like browns. You know, like you always see granite, packed mud, like the coarse dirt with the pathway and stuff. Trying to come up with something that's a little bit more interesting to look at that stands out, but also doesn't. You know what I mean? Um, and I don't know if maybe going like this sort of gray brown to just desaturated color might be a decent way of doing that. What's the purpose of any block in the game? I mean, coarse dirt is really it's just the dirt texture with a little extra bit in it, you know? That's all. Pale moss, that's not a bad call. That'll look pretty good with mud, I think. I don't know if it'll help transition to the green because it is pretty bright, you know? I don't think so. I don't think it has a crafting purpose. But a lot of things don't. I mean, let's see. I mean, does rooted dirt? I don't think rooted dirt does anything. Coarse dirt doesn't. No, they're end results. So coarse dirt and rooted dirt both are. They don't craft into anything. Rooted dirt has these bright white roots in it, and coarse dirt is just more of a darker. It has these little darker bits from the gravel. We could potentially use some leaves in the path. And then mix in like moss carpets and stuff too. The only thing is I use like bushy leaves and stuff, you know what I mean? So it might look a little weird. Plus they're see-through. And they wave. But if we clean this up a little bit and then sort of look at, okay, we have some moss kind of feathered in. We could do a little terracotta feathered in. Some of the green concrete is just a little different color. It's kind of just like we're just kind of spamming green variety though. You know what I mean? With mud. Yeah, I think just because the bushy leaves and stuff, the leaves are kind of weird, but also it might not be so weird if we had actual bushes and grass and stuff like that alongside of it. Yeah, that might be a good call. Something that's less that does look quite similar to the moss. Would that be if we just did something like that through the woods without the mud? Because we don't have to use the mud. We can just say no to that and see. Let's just take a look here. Get rid of it and then see what we think. Would this be does this feel at all like a path if we have something like this? I guess it could kind of look almost like it's kind of just beaten down, especially if you had some taller grass on the sides and some shrubbery and stuff. I could kind of see that. Yeah, moss carpet would look good. And that is kind of what I want. Like, I don't want the path to be like super focused on. You know, like I do want it to kind of help you guide your way through, but I don't want it to also be the focus. So this does kind of help with like a very, very overgrown. Like if before this was maybe just a dirt path and now it's completely overgrown and like filled in, but you can still kind of see that it's matted down. That's kind of a cool idea. I actually like this more than the mud, I think. What else is... Yeah, just a few mossy stones here and there. That's a good call. That's a good call. Like some mossy cobble just kind of randomly. It just kind of popped in here sometimes. That also just kind of like adds some interest. I like that. Plus, I mean, nature has rocks, right? Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in. But yeah, I like that. I like that. Thank you for the roses. Is Sihara how you say your name? Is that proper, Sihara? Or am I completely missing the mark on that? Yes. Awesome. Yeah, and then we could... Oh, I have block replace mode on, you guys. I like the green concrete powder, actually. Neona, welcome in. Hi. Disabled. Turn that off. And then, yeah, we can have some little stones on top. Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot more. And then the mossy carpets, too. Just to kind of add some more height variation to things. Tempest, thanks for the gamer levels up, buddy. Yeah. I think this is what we're going to do. I like this a lot. Slightly stony, really overgrown. What about actual path blocks? I just don't like that they're brown. Let's see. Let's try sorry if I think I read that earlier and I didn't read it out loud. I'm sorry. I could see mixed in here and there like it's a spot where it doesn't grow. It is the Axiom mod. This is the Axiom mod. I could see that sparingly used though. Like, oh, nothing grew in that area. But it is really bright. Like it really contrasts. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I don't hate it, but it definitely I do want this to be much more subtle. Especially, and I think having the grass and stuff on the sides really really helps. You're going to get us to 100K. I believe you. Yes, that's correct, Pumpkin. That is correct. Yeah, I just think the dark green looks really really good. And then also I want to see with some more plant life around what it will look like because I like decorating with plants. No, no dirt. No dirt. We don't like dirt. Dude, I just turned that off and then turned it back on. Thank you for sharing. I don't know how to read your name, but if you want to tell me how to say it in English, I would appreciate it so I can actually call you out. Let's do this. Let's do this. We can do noise painter with bush of multiple types. Bushes, bushes, bushes. Is there... Let's see. So many block options. How do you ever decide? I wasn't sure what all of the glazed terracotta looked like, so I was taking a look at that too. I was like, is there something there we could use? um. Could include a little bit of the dried grass too, if we wanted. Let's do this. And then we have our noise. Let's dial everything down so it's less. Less. We don't want to spam too much through here. And then let's tell it that below it has to be grass. That way it only goes along the sides. And my noise brush is too low. Let's try randomizing. Did we get anything? No. So let's turn this up some. Do I have to tell it that it can place it on air? Let's see. Fix my filter here. Yes. Oh, wait. We have replace mode on again, don't we? You won't be able to? Hand is too sore? Do you know the goat? Yeah, I do. I am familiar with Technoblade. Why is replace mode? Replace mode is not on. Oh, I didn't apply the filter. I'm trolling. There we go. I was like, what is going on? Too many azalea bushes, not enough of anything else. Just kind of imagining could add in some large ferns and some actual small custom trees. It could be pretty cool through here. Trying to picture it, you know. Let's replace those. I definitely think I'm happy with our path design, though. I think I do like that. Let's pull that back a little bit. I like the... What? We did have it enabled. I'm crazy. Bush. Some ferns could be cool. Instead of tall grass, because tall grass is uggo. We judge tall grass users here. I do like the ferns. You like that, Victoria? I felt like that joke would hit with you. You use the tall grass to hide your mistakes. I could see that. Oh, this part looks bad. Let's just bone meal in front of it. I could see that. Yeah, I think overall, like, I'm pretty happy with this path. Especially if we decorate the low ground in our forest area. I'm going to have the cliffs kind of built up and redone like this here. So that this is pretty accurate to how it's going to look. Just maybe not the same shapes, but the colors are all be in line, the backdrop and whatnot, the layering of it. The only thing we're really missing is I'm going to have to make a heckin' lot of custom trees of all sizes. We'll probably do some bushes and stuff. We could have some little boulders that are just like kind of random shapes like these that are just not brick. They'll just be actual like stones and stuff. And being they're on the ground, because this is the terrain shape, we'll probably use tuff quite a bit for that. Or cobble and mossy cobble. Dot, thank you for the follow. Dot, period, whatever you want to call it. I am liking the direction we're going, though, with this. Now the question is, what kind of foliage would be in an area that looks like this? What could we put? Because I picture we could build some smaller stuff with this. We are a little bit practicing anyways. Practicing some. Trying to figure out design overall. We're probably not going to use this, but just kind of practicing, figuring out what blocks we like to pair together. I really like the chains a lot. I like the old wooden elements. I'm just not sure how much of that I'm going to use. I don't want to overdo that. But that might be a good way to kind of make it look like it's rehabbed a little bit if we kind of slap this in there, like someone added some planks. Got some rusty bars sticking out. That's pretty cool. I like this looking like a piece of wood broke off with the button. That's pretty cool. I do like the details that the button's at. I'm gonna have to try really hard not to sleep on the button use, because I do like it. Natural path, overgrown path. I like it big time. That's the thing I'm probably most happy with. Definitely gonna go ahead with that. But thinking of plant life that is slightly bigger than what we have here, let's get some leaves. And around us, we have a lot of tree variation. I mean, we have oak, birch, spruce, and dark oak all right outside our house. So kind of free use for all of that. Let's actually, I don't remember exactly what color all of these are, so let's take a look. Long grass, like just the tall grass, the two talls. I was just making a joke that we we don't support tall grass users. I was like, the fern is just a better tall grass. No, I was just joking, but I think it is funny. I was like, we don't support tall grass users. We judge you. So I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I kind of like this one or this one, because this is birch, this is spruce, and then we have oak and dark oak look the same. I didn't realize that. They're just wood difference. I didn't realize they don't have a different distinct color. Yeah, I do like the spruce the most too, I think. Plus it's different from everything else. It's different from all of the rest. Which is nice because it just gives us like a little, it's bluish. It kind of takes away from this like yellowish green, brownish green, and pops in a little blue. So I do agree. I think that's the move. Little pots. Yeah, it makes it look shaded like undergrowth too. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Thinking of the pots, I wasn't sure. Well, okay, so we can test. I didn't know if you could place like this. You can't place one here. But yes, thinking of the pots, because not everywhere can you place things like dead bushes and whatnot. So I will probably use them as like a base for smaller trees. Both kinds of pots, that is. I was thinking that too. Because you could go around and we could just like put that in there and it looks like a small little trunk. Hello, welcome in. And then we could have, can I place on top of this? No, I don't want that. I don't want that back. I want crouch. Yes. Like the pot might look kind of interior decorated, but it also does kind of look like a little trunk or a little stump, you know? Oh yeah, true. We can put saplings in those and they won't grow up. That's true. Place it on a stick without the pot. How do you place a stick? So we could use like these instead of the fallen trees and logs is a good idea. Oh, the sapling is a good call. Oh, that just replaced it. Can I... What if I do this? What if we do this and then get rid of this and then put this down? Oh, actually, question 2. If we do something like this and then put a sapling under it, will that grow at any point? Or is that going to stay that way? It won't grow. That's my hope. That is my hope. I like this, actually. And I like this. I don't know about the sapling, because they're also different colored. And the spruce one is, like, fuzzy all the way down, so it doesn't have, like, a stick. You know what I mean? I don't know. Undecided on that. How's the jungle one look, though? That's actually better than the other ones. It's like a more lively version of the dead bush. I kind of like that. And then we could have these be like a couple tall if we want. We could do, let's see. Let's get rid of that. I am kind of curious too. What was I just thinking? I'm blanking. Dang it. Oh, yeah, this. If we were to do something like this. This could be a log too, but I think it's skinnier than a log was kind of my thought on using it. But if I actually had like a leaf pattern, does that kind of read the vibe? That doesn't connect to anything, but reminds you of a palm tree. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, like the bulb that they get. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that for sure. Like this could be a smaller tree. Just kind of winging it, so don't judge the shape. That's something. That's something. You like it? Oh, it does grow. It does grow. Okay. So don't do that. It grew on its own. Okay. Lesson learned. Yeah, actually, I kind of dig that. What about, do we like the large pot, or would it just look better with, like, that's definitely wider. The pot is not as, it's not a full block, but the color matches a little bit better if you use wood. Hunter, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. What's good? We're not going to use those. I might mix in some birch leaves just for variety, but I don't think I'm going to use oak. Thank you. I appreciate that. Man, I don't know. I kind of liked the pot. I kind of do. It's like, it's a bright color, but it does look good from a distance. And we could also, I mean, just going back to, like someone said earlier, using plants to hide stuff. We can just put some plants around it, you know? And then it's way less obvious. Yeah, I do like the pot. Plus, if we do that, then we can do a slightly taller version. Like, we could have a really good medium-sized tree here. Actually, you can slope this out so much now that I'm really thinking about it. Can I do this? Yes, thank you. Because then we can really layer things together kind of crazy. You can hide your treasures in it. That's super true. What was I thinking for? I mean, usually I do spruce. Yeah, let's try that. That's what I usually do. Treasure trees. Every tree is a treasure. I mean, you can get super sloped out actually. That's pretty cool actually. I don't mind the subtle bit of red. It's kind of interesting. And then we can do the same sort of deal. Wait, it does look good. Yeah, you didn't trust? The closer you get, the weirder it looks. But from a distance, like if you were walking through a forest with a bunch of details and stuff, and again, if we had like just a bunch of stuff around this too, even from close, yeah, it's not too bad. It's just the red is a little distracting in my opinion. But just having some plants around, and this is literally what you're seeing right here. This is what I want to do all season. I just want to come up with custom plants and stuff like all season. That's what I want to practice more than anything. So I'm glad we're getting some ideas. I'm excited about that. Give me a fence post. Because same sort of deal. I want to sort of have, thanks, mob. And then we can replace one of these with a leaf. A giant Venus flytrap. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. And then let's just sort of spiral around this thing a little bit and see. Not exactly sure where to place these, but does the center of that look decent for a start? I think so. And then we can kind of just feather these out a little bit. Just kind of going like this. Get rid of some of these. Trying to leave some space in here so that we can I mean, I'm kind of going like every other at this point, but we're getting a little bit of a sense here. If I just kind of round this together here, I think it could look pretty cool. Oh, I'm sure there will be lots of ponds. I'm sure. Also, I don't know if I told any of you guys, but my shop, um, my shop for the season is a landscaping service. So, uh, I'm offering small terraforming, uh, hardscaping, which if you don't know, hardscaping is like stone paths, patios, things like that. Um, we are still live. What's up, potato? Do a bit of leaves down. Yeah, yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. That helps it for sure. Good call. Oh, and then yeah, like actual on the ground, like some are shedding, like it lost a branch or something. Yeah, potato, it did. It did. I was just responding to you. No, don't feel bad for not showing up to every stream, dude. Potato, you are in my top 3 most watched viewers, if you don't know. You are number 3. Do not feel bad for missing a couple. Let's go. Because we besties. Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate that, man. I have a blast chatting with all you guys and getting your ideas, so I very much appreciate it. What do we think of this so far? It's kind of leaning. I kind of like that, actually. I'm using complementary reimagined shaders. I do use the Euphoria Patches add-on, for anyone wondering. It adds, I primarily use that for block light color, which if you haven't seen block light color, the best example is frog lights. Yeah, with the shadows, the red does blend in nicely. But block light color I use for this reason. If you can see how that actually is illuminating purple, green, and orange. That's what Euphoria does for me. So that instead of just this white light, when you place a colored block, it'll actually have colored effects. So that's why I use Euphoria Patches with my shader. Okay, you're going to leave for work soon. It's going great, actually. We're starting to get some small tree ideas. We got a path design. We got some small bush ideas. I actually really like just the dead bush with a leaf on top. I love it. It's super simple, but I love it. But yeah, I'm really liking what we've come up with today, actually. This has got me so much more excited to build my base. Yeah, I've never messed with this, but like the little sapling, I love that. That's super fun. And I like this tree not being symmetrical or straight up, like it kind of leans backwards. I kind of love that too. That's fun. I think this could use maybe a couple more fences though, just as branches, like kind of just sticking through here in some spots. What do we think? Does that help it or does that hurt it? Did it look better without the extra little fences? You think it helps? Yeah, I kind of like it too, the more I'm looking at it. I think this one leaf is kind of driving me crazy, but maybe just because it's so lonely. Nobody likes to be lonely. Let's just give him a couple others up here. We're kind of covering that stick, but that's okay. No, I don't like this one. We're not going to cover that stick. Yeah, I like that. He's not so by himself now. He's got something. He's got like neighbors, you know? But I really like the little tree transition. I really like that. I think that's really cool. Yeah, so here, let me go up close so you can actually see. We did a log with trapdoors around it, and then a stripped log, and then we used a pot, and then a mud wall, and the little flower pot with a dead bush inside. So it just kind of like gradually gets skinnier. And then we did the same thing here, but without the bottom parts for a little tiny, like a younger tree. Because the pot is skinnier than a log, but it's not as thin as a wall. So it's a nice little smooth slope there. Yeah, we just discovered this little design. I'm pretty stoked about it actually. I don't think I've seen anyone do this either. Although I haven't watched a ton of custom trees yet, so maybe someone has a whole forest full of these and I haven't seen it yet. If you know someone that makes amazing trees, send them my way because I need practice. You could hide a bear. Someone was just calling them treasure trees because you can put stuff in the pots. Putting a barrel under the trap doors would really emphasize that idea. That could be, if you have a spot, that could be how you deposit into your storage room. You just flip a trap door, open a barrel, drop it in there, and it hoppers out the bottom. Easy. Easy peasy. Yeah, I like a lot of this that we got going on. That's the only one I'm not super sure about. I feel like the plain dead bush just looks better than the one in the little tiny flower pot until we get up to this point. But it adds some variation. I guess if you were doing a bunch of them, it'd be nice to kind of mix it in just so they don't all look so same. Tempest once again absolutely crushing the like leaderboard. You're crazy, man. You want to see all the builds? We can do a little tour. I think there's a few people that haven't seen everything, so we can do a little fly around. Your fingers aren't fast today? Gotta catch the chill. See you, Kay. Have a good day at work. Yeah, we're still working on trees, that's for sure. But we have a really good start, I feel like. Really good start. So we started messing around with some desert styling. That's what this was. This was just kind of messing around, seeing if we liked the desert theme in general. I like the block palette a ton. I like it a ton. I don't know. I think this scale is maybe a little too cramped and too big for what I was doing. Like if I was going to do this, it'd have to just be more spread out. But I love the colors. I could also see doing gold or orange in places would also look really good with this. But that was our sort of just messing around. You can see it's just kind of like learning shapes, testing block colors. You can see also there's orange and gold. Like I said, they would go really well. So that was some of our first buildings, because I do mostly landscapes. Most of what you're going to see is landscapes. This was the first thing I built here in general. Um, okay. This was the first thing I built in general here, and it's probably the idea I'm most excited to explore further. I just wanted to get something in the world to kind of see, but I really like if you've seen like canyon style rock formations, especially in the US. You get these sort of like these pillared with the overhangs and stuff. I really wanted to kind of go for that, but have it instead of being like overgrown with moss or something, have it be underground and overgrown with skulk and kind of be bioluminescent underground. That's what I was kind of going for. So everything kind of glows like orange and blue. And this is kind of my first build. Yeah, that was exactly the idea. I wanted to build this beneath a desert village. Was kind of the idea. Like that's where the desert village gets their water from is a cave biome that's kind of like this. That was my first idea. That's why it's trapped in a big dome. That's why it's trapped inside a big dome. And then I wanted a more grown, like a desert biome that is not purely barren. So this was my version of like a lush desert. It could have some bigger trees. I'd probably go more of like a baobab savanna style tree than these. These are kind of just like this is the first tree I ever built. This is the first, literally the first tree I've ever built. I think it's kind of hideous, but it's something. So I'd probably redo that. Really wanted like all the cactus around, all the dried grass, some little pops of color in the grass using the nether plants. Don't rebuild it. You like the tree? um, these rock formations also, I really like the colors, but I would definitely redo the rocks. I don't like the pattern, but I like the colors. If you like it, thank you. But I think it's just noisy. It could be better. Then we got in we've made some small trees before. You can see here we've done this trapdoor to log to wall thing previously. The pots though add an extra layer of smoothness, and I like that a lot. You can tell I used to just kind of fill in the leaves, didn't leave any air between them like we did on our new ones. Not very much anyways. So we've done a couple small trees before, but I think the new ones we're definitely improving. So we did some small trees and some bushes, and this was just to transition from this lush desert into a full scale canyon. Really, what like if I were to build this in survival, I would honestly probably scale this up 50%. I'd want these much taller, much more dramatic, but I love this is probably my favorite style of anything I built. I love the red to the cream color. Yeah, this would be so awesome to see on a larger scale. I'm positive, Nolan. I'm positive. Then we did a little bit more tropical. We reused some of the trees and stuff here. You can see like here's our little tree from the last zone. We have some little bushes and stuff scattered around, same ones that we kind of scattered on top. And then I tried to make some palm trees. This took a few tries. I'm still not super happy with it, but they're not terrible. And then just practicing adding little rocks overgrown. This was kind of what we were talking about earlier, adding stuff like this just to the woods. Sometimes you can do bigger boulders instead of little rocks. Um and then yeah, I mean this is really repetitive. Like these rocks kind of bordering the water is a little much. I could have made that more natural, more interesting. This is actually not lava. You can see over here, I was testing whether I wanted to just light it up or actually have lava. Um, I don't think this looks bad, but I think the glass is just much more interesting. Um, so all of this is all like magma block and shroom lights and soul soil as like scorched rock is what the soul soil is supposed to be. And then all I did is over top of all that, I just put a bunch of orange and red glass. That's all orange and red glass layered over top of shroom lights is how we're getting this effect. Yeah, so this would be a really rough build if you didn't have like a super smelter. That would be really rough in survival. You'd have to gather a lot of sand, but it would be cool. And then I wanted like palm trees and whatnot, you know. I think Hawaii, I think, you know, other areas like somewhat volcanic, somewhat tropical. I wanted I'll show that after. I'm just going in the order we built them is all. I wanted a coastal cliffs zone and this is all coral. Make you 16 panes of glass. So this is our coastal cliffs area for if we were on like a warm ocean, you could build up the beach line with some coastal cliffs, have some little sandy pockets in them and stuff. So I've got little spots where the sand is kind of trapped in. Got some these are all waterlogged mangrove roots so that the coral doesn't lose its color. This is actually like survival friendly. And then I added glowstone inside so that you can actually see it glow at night. And that's what this whole area was built for, was for nighttime. So if I change it over, you can see I've bordered the water with cyan glass and sea lanterns. And then all of these, like I said, have glowstone tucked into them. So it all lights up really cool at night. Looks really sweet with the shaders. But I love adding this glowing effect to the edge of the water. I think that's really fun. Oh, hi, Misa. Welcome back. Then you asked to see the snow. You should put plants that light up in the water. We have sea cucumbers in there. You can kind of see them. Those are all over the place. Without them, the water is a lot darker. So the sea cucumbers definitely help. Or sea pickles, whatever they're called. I don't even remember the actual block name. But yeah, we do have sea pickles, because without them at nighttime, this water is really dark. Like you can see as it gets farther away, the pickles probably aren't loading. That's how dark it is over without them, is like this. But yeah, they help light it up a ton. You're doing stuff on your secret account? Thanks, Mr. Who. I appreciate the follow. And then you just asked to see the snow here. So this is also lit up. I have each of these little icebergs has a sea lantern under it. And that mostly was to help keep the water from touching it, to help sell the fact that like this is actually floating and not frozen in place, you know? And then I also have sea lanterns in these big glass glaciers to try and make it glow, but I don't love these. If you were to ask me what my least favorite zone is, it's probably this one, because these just didn't turn out how I envisioned. But overall, I mean, there are things I do like. Misa. Yeah, mac and cheese. Everybody has to suffer for the cheese. How much free time do I have? Too much, my guy. Too much is the answer. But no, Axiom speeds this up a lot. I built this whole area here was in like 10 hours. So Axiom does a lot of the heavy lifting for being able to spit these out in creative. If I were to build this in survival, very different story. But yeah, Axiom, you don't know how to use the mod, it's confusing. Yeah, I mean, it definitely takes learning, but that is why I started with this, is because if I were to just go in survival and be like, I have this idea, I want to try it, and then build something like this, like I said, I don't like these. I think I could improve these dramatically. So if I were to try and do all of the, like, get these ideas out in survival, it would take me weeks. And then if I were to decide I hated part of it, I'd lose my mind. So that's why I do all of this Axiom creative testing. It lets me get these ideas out, see if I like them. Like this obsidian mountain back here with purple snow. I think it's a cool idea. I think I executed it poorly. Um I would just come up with a better way to do that, you know? But that's what this is for. But yeah, in general, I like the mountains quite a bit. I like the palette I chose for them. I love the ice and the little icebergs. I just don't I'm not happy with the glaciers is all. And that obsidian mountain. I don't think that turned out. Cool idea though. I like the idea of like obsidian to purple and then the other direction being like all the way to gold. I think that could look really cool if done better. What's up, Yanni? Welcome in. Then we made a swamp over here that I can show you. This is also pretty high on my more liked environments. I think this turned out pretty awesome. Tomo, you're like the sixth person today to say that. I wanted this to be like a toxic slime swamp was the original idea. I am, Yanni. So I wanted it to be like, oh, there's a lot of like slime and sludge and foliage stuck to everything. I wanted the trees to be dark and the earth to be dark and stuff. Like this was kind of a toxic environment to be in. The shaders do a really good job of making this like quite whimsical and beautiful. So they sell a very different vibe, but this is overall pretty close to what I had envisioned. And especially if you look at it at night, like the green glow with the slime blocks and stuff, it's kind of crazy. Thanks for the follow, Tomo. So overall, I mean, this turned out pretty good. You might also notice at night, now that you can see it a little bit better, the bottom of all the water is actually green glass, and I built a cave underneath it so that you can actually see some of the green glow in the cave. So if I go down here, we have this cave entrance here, and it's hella dark, so you can't see the entrance very well. I'll show you again at daytime. But we built this whole cave biome underneath the swamp, and you can see all the slime and stuff is kind of like coming down from where the green glass is and seeping into the cave with all the vines. And then we have like these little tiny red trees made out of the red nether brick with a little redstone torch in them to kind of help light them up some. And it's made out of pale trees. So we have little red trees, a bunch of like stalactites and stuff, some little pink and orange crystals, or an attempt at pink and orange crystals. And then just all of that slime and moss and stuff kind of just growing down from the ceiling. I just thought it'd be fun to kind of come up with another cave idea, kind of like the first one that we were trying to implement. Hunter, I appreciate it. I think I've got a lot of practice to do. But I am also pretty happy with how the cave entrance looks. I think if you had like a mountain or something, this would be a pretty cool little opening. I think that looks pretty neat. Practice. Hey, man, that's all it is. That's all it is. It's just do it. You just gotta do it. Be your sensei. Just recently, we did this. We were practicing a bunch of mushrooms for a cave. You can see they all have like colored lighting and they glow and stuff like that. I love this green one. I love this. I think he's super cute. And I love the pink on the big mushroom. So we have over here kind of similar design to the first one that I showed you again too. Like I really like the skulk. Skulk looks cool in caves. We got the same little tiny mushrooms from over there. And then some of these new mushrooms in little ponds surrounded with some plants. That would be so cool, Hunter. And then we just got these big mushrooms all over the place. I started adding hanging moss to some of these. I think that would look really good. I just didn't take the time to go around and do it to all of them. But again, just this is all for testing design. So I know I like this. So if I ever built this in survival, I would definitely add the hanging vines or the moss. Yeah, this is just my creative world, man. We haven't done much in the survival world yet. We're just testing designs. This is literally all practice. And then we hung some copper chains with soul lanterns to help light up the ceiling some. I think that turned out pretty good. Thanks, Grizz. I appreciate that. No, it is practice. It's all just design testing. That's all it is. That's why we're in a super flat. I'm practicing for my survival world. That's what it's for. I want my survival world to be like completely transformed. I don't want vanilla generation anywhere I walk. That's the end goal. That's the channel end goal. When I can one day retire and say I'm done, I want my whole survival world to be full of stuff like in here. Oh yeah. And then this is our bumblebee zone. I've been calling this Bumblebee Ravine. So I have these big like sandstone cliffs. We got honey and beehives like all embedded and burrowed into the cliffs, and it kind of seeps into the water. I built some big flowers. I did marigolds. Hey Iris, welcome over to the tube. Appreciate you. We got some giant marigolds. I was gonna try some other flowers, but I really actually struggled with flowers more than I do trees. I think they're harder. I honestly think they're harder. Then we have the honey geode. Yep, the big honey geode. Looks pretty nice in here. A lot of big pop of color. Huge pop of color. Well, good evening. I said hi to you, but I think YouTube is just I think it has a delay. I can't get it to go away. I think it's delayed like 30 to 60 seconds. I don't know why. I can't figure it out. It's the only platform that's doing it. Oh, you just wanted to come hang out where the crowd was. That's okay. We're glad you're here, regardless of where you're hanging out. But yeah, that's most of what we've done. I do have one other thing over here that you haven't seen. That's just a starter base. Well, it's just It's just testing color palette. That's why. I didn't have an entire. Yeah, this is a starter base idea. Isn't that a castle? I wouldn't say so. But yeah, this is like a barn and a starter base, somewhere you could put some animals. You got room for some storage and whatnot. An end game base. No, an end game base is like a whole village, a whole city, something big. Your chats are delayed. Uh-oh. The whole stream might just be lagging. Could be me. Hopefully not, but it could be. WK, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. But yeah. You're on your laptop where it's harder to type. But yeah, so this is all from today. We've just been kind of testing, choosing designs, you know. I think I like this cliff palette where it goes from like the mossy top into like a lighter color, like a sandy light color, down through the gray to a darker tone. I wanted the bottom to be a little bit more blue, but I don't think there's really a good dark blue, like a dark teal color I really like. Like dark prismarine is a little too saturated for what I want, and there's nothing else really that close to it. So I think this is what we're settling on for the cliffs. A little, you think some deep slate? Yeah, some deep slate could look nice for shadowed areas like back here. Deep slate would look really, really good. I could agree with that. The main reason I didn't use deep slate there was because I was unsure if I wanted deep slate in the ruins. Because so far, this is like the main palette for the ruins, just to get some texture. But some deep slate to darken it up would be really cool. True, Jerry. We could try colored lighting. Iris, tomorrow we start an SMP called Common Ground with 10 other streamers and YouTubers. And my theme is what we're practicing here. I want to do some ruined castles, and I'm just kind of laying out like the palette for the mountains around my base and trying to come up with like tree ideas, path ideas, things like that. Yo, what's up? Welcome in. Welcome in. But yeah, this is all just kind of like, oh, of course, of course. I record every stream. I record every time I launch Minecraft. So yes, of course. If you don't see it on stream, you will see it in a video. Either way. But yes, that's the whole goal. Everyone on the server is a content creator. So in Iris, you're in my Discord, I know for sure. So there's an announcement there with all 11 of our links. So if I don't show anything or you see something on my video or stream that you like from someone else, their links are all in my Discord. I am new. We literally been doing this for a few months. It's only been a few months. Yeah, in the announcements, there's a link that goes to everybody and all the stuff about the server. Yeah, Hunter, we started at Christmas. I started at Christmas time. I started at Christmas and then I went to Hawaii for a work trip. So I more so started like mid-January. Yeah. all your terrorizing messages. What do you mean? See you later, Quality. Thanks for the follow. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for all the likes, you guys. We're about to hit 40,000. That's awesome. Super awesome. See you later. Quality, thanks for all the boxing gloves. Appreciate it. You're looking for the letters as you type. Yeah, we got moss blocks right up here. This is all moss. We got some moss in the path down here, some moss carpets and blocks. I also have I'm kind of curious because we have some rivers. You thought it was a kingdom? Well, it's going to be a ruined one. That's what it's going to be. That's my season plan, is it's going to be a ruined kingdom with a little village of barn style buildings, and they're like rehabilitating the ruins. That's the theme for the season. Yeah, so I have two rivers. My cliff base is right on an ocean, and then it has two rivers that cut around the sides of it. And I was thinking about how to sort of decorate the rivers along the cliffs. So I might build up a little structure here that is just going to hold some water, and we can pretend it's a river, because we're in super flat. And then we can texture it like this and kind of see what we might like to decorate the riverside with. I have not seen Uncharted 4, so I might look that up as a reference since you brought that up, Iris. That is a good idea. You want to see waterfalls? We could probably do that. Yeah, I know all about Uncharted as like a series. I have not watched or played number 4. I personally am not a RPG player, but I do watch a lot of the story-based games because I like the story. I just don't like to play them. I'm easily bored. But yeah, I've seen and know the story from at least the first two. I think I have seen the third one. I didn't actually know there was a fourth. So that's awesome. I'll look into that. Because you might have just provided me some reference that I need. So that'll be fun. Really? That's your top all-time favorite, huh? The yellow block down here, over here? Are you talking about this? Lily, thank you for the follow. Or are you talking about the block up here? The sandy one. Up here is smooth sandstone. Down here is bamboo and a hay bale. And if you're talking about this is red sandstone. Hold on one second. We're back. Sorry, had a quick phone call. But we are back. Resident Evil and Red Dead Redemption. I've seen almost every Resident Evil game, and I have definitely seen the Red Dead Redemption games. Definitely have seen those. Those are very, very, very popular. I like spooky stuff too. I'm just easily scared personally. Like jump scared. But I love watching like thrillers and horror movies and stuff. Love that. Love all of that. But I get jump scared super easy. But I really love like thrillers, like psychological thrillers and stuff like that, stuff that makes you kind of think and like kind of gets you like scared in the back of your mind sort of stuff. I love that. Love that to death. Have you watched like The Haunting at Hill House or The Haunting of Bly Manor and stuff like that? The series? I think The Haunting at Hill House is like maybe one of my favorite TV shows of all time. I actually really enjoyed it. Jerry, thanks for the follow. I also really like The Fall of House Usher was not bad. It was a little extra, I felt like, but it wasn't bad. It's going good. It's going good. We did another world tour to show some newcomers. Yeah, yes it is, Iris. All three of those things I just named are series. All spooky themed and very good. I can post those in the Discord after stream too. You've only watched movies. Series are so good, Iris. You need to binge. You require the binge. Oh man, the Avatar Way of Water is so awesome. So awesome. I haven't watched the newest one yet. I need to. I need to. That's crazy, Iris. That's crazy. I'm the opposite. I want something I can just be invested in forever. Like if I have a show that's like 15 seasons long and I can get invested, I'm all about that. I'd rather have something I can just like commit to that world and really enjoy the story of that world for a long term. That's more my speed personally. I'm going to try to copy this mountain here. I am not a One Piece fan. Actually, I like anime, but I do not like One Piece. That's okay. Don't worry about the mistakes. You're pretty good at filling in the blanks. All right, let's copy this just so that we have another little structure to work with over here. We're going to build up something for a little river project here. I'm going to use, as soon as I can find it, this foliage brush to get rid of the trees that we do have here. Yep. Do you like true crime and all that stuff then? No, I missed. There we go. Yeah, I don't hate One Piece. Like I like the story, genuinely, I do. But the art style of the anime is just not for me. I just can't get into it. That's just the way it is. Oh, that's dope. My mom has a degree in that sort of thing, so I can understand that a little bit. Not my cup of tea personally, but I can understand. Let's grab a rock tool. I do actually. Vinland Saga's on my list. Um, that is on my list of to watch. I need to prioritize that a little bit. What shape do I want to use? I don't remember what I used for these. Maybe it was a sphere. Maybe? Ellipsoid. I make this taller. Yep, that's what it was. That's what it was. We used this. I like both of those. So I'm also a non-filler skipper. my my friends were like, "You really sat through all of Naruto and Shippuden with no filler skip list?" It's like, "Yeah. It's okay. I will watch it." But yeah, I like both of those shows. Black Clover is super good too. Black Clover actually, it kind of has it's like a trigger for me because what is his name? The brother, I think it's Lundgren is his name, from earlier on in the show. Man, I hate that character more than I hate almost anyone in any show. Dude's out there trying to laser his brother. All right, let's see. Bum, 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 bum. I'm just gonna kind of make. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize. I mean, I guess whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're just gonna make a little shape here. Because I'm gonna melt this all away anyways. So it doesn't really matter. What are you guys talking about right now? Oh, you're talking about Vinland Saga. Right. Right. Yeah, I haven't watched that yet. I haven't seen even a single episode of that yet. Yes, there we go. I'm liking this little shape. I think it'd be cool to have the riverside be kind of cliffed like this. That'd be pretty cool. Little rock formations. And that should contain most of what we need. And then I'm trying to think of how to really do the center part here. I think what I need to do is just kind of squish this rock brush and just get a fill in here of something so that we have something we can work with. and then we can go back with the melt brush. Yeah, I definitely need to watch that show. Most definitely. That is always fun. What, like actually watching a show with someone? I love doing that. I just recently started rewatching Reincarnated as a Slime to watch it with my fiance for the first time. Flying Island is super easy. Super easy. Super, 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 super easy. I'm just going to carve out some of this. And don't mind that it's all made out of mossy stone brick right now. We're going to fix that pretty quick, like. Take it easy, Victoria. Yeah, okay, so for a floating island, literally, like literally so easy. You can just grab anything, like a chunk of grass, like this, and then literally just copy it and paste it, and then bring it up into the air. And once it's pasted, like, okay, you have a surface already. Then all you need to do is grab, I would use the rock tool, is what I would use. And here, I'll actually change this to a block that makes some sense. So I would change it. I would use the rock tool personally, and then literally all you have to do is just extend it. That's it. You're done. Like floating. Whoa! I did not mean to just teleport all the way over here. We went zooming. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean that's it. Like we just did it. Floating island done. I mean, you can texture it and stuff, but that's it. Just this is Axiom. But yeah, that's it. That's all there is to it. Super, super, super easy. Yeah, of course. Your grandma would fall for that. Yeah, and I mean you could go through, like I could say flatten down and just take the top back down, level it again if we wanted to. Super easy. Grab your paintbrush, paint the top all to grass again. How do you switch to circle and triangle? You mean like the brush shape and whatnot? So I have it's kind of hard to show you on TikTok. There's entire, I can kind of pull it over, but on the sides of my screen, if you view on YouTube or anything, you can see all of this. But on TikTok, I have it so you can just see like my most of my actual work area. But there's a whole bunch of tools on the side here, and they all have like drop downs and settings. So you can really just edit everything. But yeah, if you wanted to see in more detail like how to actually work the tools and their settings, definitely view on a full screen. Oh yeah, that's no problem. I mean, what you could do is like literally, if you want your island to be a specific size, you can just set up a 200 by 200 grid. Like I could just select this and as big as you want, whatever, you can just copy it and paste it and then just do the same thing I did to build up the underneath. No big deal. No problem at all. But yeah, I mean, you should, Iris. You should. Yeah, and like there's a lot of things you could do to make this better too. I mean, I would probably come through with like a melt brush and make the rock shapes a little bit more interesting underneath. Like I don't really like how this turned out quite. So you could make it a little bit more rigid, add some more interest to the area. Just kind of giving it some more interesting shape. Why'd you stop playing, Iris? But yeah, floating island, pretty easy. Pretty easy. I'm going to delete it now though. It doesn't belong here. Just busy. Busy. Poof. She gone. Yeah, I understand that a little bit. Of course I want to hear a joke. Of course I do. Oh, too much. I have not tried World Painter, no. Axiom is the first, like, tool like this that I've tried. I haven't tried anything similar. Oh, is that the joke? The joke is that your ex reached out to you? Sheesh, good one. What am I building now? Sorry, I was just scrolling up to read your message and you sent it again. I'm sorry. I am building the same thing as this, but for a river. So I just want to see what we can come up with for like how to decorate the side of a river and whatnot. Why'd the chicken cross the road? Tell me. Tell me about it. I want to know. Tell me right now. Sheesh. Just to get to the other side. I would never. I do build in survival. Actually tomorrow I will be starting on the Common Ground server with 10 other streamers and YouTubers. We'll all be playing survival together. That starts tomorrow. I laughed. I laughed so hard that it cut out my mic. You didn't even hear it. I am going to be building in this theme on there. It won't be this, but this is my theme for the server. I love How to Train Your Dragon. It's so good, though. It's so good. Thank you for the follow. Live action's okay. I am a sucker for animation, though. I literally went to school for 3D art and animation and stuff, and went to a school where Disney animators teach, so I have a huge appreciation for animation. Love it to death. So, live action is good, but not as entertaining to me. I like to see what people can do with actual tools and stuff. We've only been playing Minecraft since around Christmas time, and I started using Axiom around the same time I started Minecraft. I kind of just like dove right in. It didn't even really learn vanilla. I was just like, here we go, Axiom time. No, I think live action's cool for people that don't just want to watch animations, you know? Nothing wrong with it. Yep. I was like, "Oh, hey, let's just jump in and see what we can do." Let's get rid of all this stone brick. Actually, I might just auto shade this and not worry about the painting so much. I might just do that. Let's see. Because I think our auto shade is still set up anyways. Hopefully. Please. How did we do? Yeah, we can work with that. We can work with that. Yeah, when they really, really stray, that kind of bothers me. You know, like you already drew an animation that kind of like sells the entire idea you want. Like you portrayed the character as intended, and then if they don't even try to remotely cast, like I understand sometimes you got to cast the person that portrays the personality of the character. But when you get attached to like a visual that is tied to a character, I can definitely understand how that can be annoying. Because that's like the One Piece is a great example. Like they picked a character that fits him wonderfully and whatnot, and I think most people would say the One Piece live action is quite successful and good. But just to express what I was just saying about how when you get attached to how a character looks, if you put someone like John Cena as Luffy, it would not exactly fit. So FIFA, thanks for the follow. What time is it for me? It is 5 p.m. 5 p.m. where I'm at. Oh my. There we go. Let's get that tool off here before I break something. 5 p.m. where I'm at. Okay, we got our river in. We got our river in. Hunter, don't tell anybody. Don't tell nobody. Some lanterns? Like normal lanterns? Going to sleep soon? Yeah, I understand that for sure. I haven't been to Epic Universe yet, but I'm definitely curious to see it. We go to Orlando like pretty much every year, so I'm sure I'll be there at some point. Yeah, so looking at this, I mean, Hi, Jewel. Welcome in. It is all super flat. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All super flat. I'm going to bone meal the bottom of this real quick. That way we get some life in here. Maybe. There we go. So now we've got a little pop of green in the bottom. Yeah, we use Axiom to terraform easier though. So it's not like it's not just regular creative. You're gonna put a castle on the big floating island? That'll be sweet. Yeah, you could do all of this. Everything I make in my world is vanilla friendly. Everything vanilla friendly. You were gonna say rip RIP. No. No, we use Axiom to save us some time. So that's nice. That helps a ton. Hunter, you're funny. Welcome back, Iris. Welcome back. Glad you're back. Well, you can't decorate water without having some drip leaf. That's mandatory. We can add some sugar cane. Lily pads. Good call out. Good call out. You're done with the outside of your castle? Yes, I also like lily pads. Let's just kind of spam a couple around here. We get some that are a little bit more bunched up instead of just having lines. Yeah, like these spots look better than this one back here. So we'll just do this a little bit. Ooh, a cherrywood lily pad would be so cool. Yep, lily pads are great. And then on some of these blocks that are near the water, you can add, oh no, you can't place sugarcane on just anything. It has to be a plantable block. Hi, Craig. What's up? Wait, can you put cactus flower on those? Are you sure? No way. No, you can't. You can't. That would be so sick if you could. Like a little lotus. That'd be so good. Yeah, we can replace some of these with sand or mud or something. We'll probably do mud. We can do the mud. Oh, and I got rid of you saw flower. It could have been a mod. Could have been a mod. Sugar cane. Okay, let's do this. We can just add some mud in here. Wow, I'm so stupid. Can I place it here? No, it has to be down. Okay. Yeah, sugar canes. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I had block replace mode on, yeah. Nope, can't do that. I don't think you can place anything on it because it's not a total block. They would end up taking up the same space. That would be super cool though. Make the water glow? We do typically do that. We do typically do that. What color is the question? Oh, hide lights under the lily pad. Okay. Okay. We'll do this and we'll get some. You want to see blue? I don't know if pink will show up in the water, but we can try. We can try. It breaks the lily pad. What if we do this? I mean, it's not really hidden, you know? Yeah, what if we, because typically I do something like this, and I'll place them in like here. I like to try and recess them a little bit so there's like an overhang so they don't show up as easily. You know what I mean? So I like to send it towards the back, and then we can come in and place... No, you can't place... It has to be mud or dirt or sand to place any of the cool plants. So we definitely need to pull the mud up the sides so we can put all the cool plants on it. But I do like the idea of sinking those in. Of course, always. And you can put any kind of glass you want in there. We could really do whatever color we liked. I do like... I'm kind of curious about the pink, though. Let's take a look and see. Let's just see what that looks like, even. Because I don't think I've seen a pink glow in the water yet. It's honestly kind of spooky. Like, it's cute, but it's also kind of spooky. Let's pink glass pane. There we go. Let's grab that and let's replace it with... What is purple? Barely different. Barely different. Light blue is like almost normal lighting. We've done cyan before. That looks really good. That looks nice. Yup, that would be nice, you guys. Sure, what's up, Mob? Oh, that's kind of sweet. Let's try lime. Do you think regular green would look nicer? The dark? I multi-stream. So I use Streamlabs instead of OBS, but they're the same thing. But yeah, I stream to YouTube and Twitch from the same layout, same everything. The only thing separated for me is TikTok. I use TikTok Live Studio because I noticed when I don't, I lose like 80% of my viewership. So I was like, I'm not gonna mess with that. So yes, I do everything other than TikTok that way. What about dark blue? I actually like that. Yeah, of course. Of course, of course. I like the dark blue, you guys. Mouth breather. That's what you get. Let's change that to a sea lantern and see if that looks different. Wow, that is blue. Okay. Ooh, that is so blue. There is purple. So we have blue glass in there now. Because the sea lanterns just do better. They just do better for colored lighting with glass. I don't know what it is about the block, but it pushes light through the glass way better than others. So let's try the purple and green again and have a look at it. I actually love that as well. You want to see yellow gold? We can do that. The yellow is very soft. Hunter, you're so funny. Let's try the what did we try earlier? Green? That's not too bad. Oh, I know the orange looks good. We did that in the cave. Orange is awesome. I'm just thinking though, because we have this like light bluish stone going up to the sand and the moss. I think a green or a blue would be best. How does the light blue look? I actually really like that. Not gonna lie. We did cyan over at the other one. It's just, it really pops. Just kind of trying to illuminate it a little bit, but stay with the color theme that we have in general. And honestly, I think the light blue kind of does it. Because we're using the same color palette as here. And we're going down to cyan terracotta, which is like, it's gray, but it is subtly on the blue list, you know? So I think the light blue is the move because it's also kind of subtle. Well, yeah, we could try mixing the shades of blue. That might be nice. Might be nice. Like, what does happen if we have just a couple? Let's do that. If we have just a couple dark blues. It does make it more blue, but it's not as overwhelming as when it was all dark blue for sure. Kind of like that. That brings the color out a little bit more, so it's not quite so muted. No, it's early for gold, bro. It's like 1:30 in the afternoon. Try purple and green. You're wildin'. Tempest is back at the likes. Get it, brother. You want to see like purple and lime or purple and dark green? You have to stay up for 6 more hours. You're trying to get back to the rest of us? Wicked is pink and green, not purple and green. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Gold and Grizz? Wait, hanging out in my stream, huh? You got nothing going on? Honestly, I don't even notice the purple. I don't even notice it. It just kind of looks green. Yeah, but they made a whole movie on it now. What are you digging holes for? Just supporting. No, I just assumed you guys would be doing your own thing. That's all. No, that's right. That's what we want. We want these. I like this. And you're very cool. I'm right there with you guys. Digging is my turn my brain off activity. My chat lost it on me last stream because I dig my mine shafts in a 3x3 instead of a 1x2. The one and only gold. Crazy work. No, it's not. It's not crazy. It's not crazy. It's what should be done. You dig a 3x3, and then when you're done, you go back later, you dig out the walls and the roof, and you decorate it, and then you have a nice, beautiful tunnel that you can walk or put a minecart down. Amazing. Just amazing. 1x2s are too cramped, you guys. It's too cramped. You can't have no fun. Do I have mud? I need mud selected, not water. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I need this to not be that. We need to bring the mud up so we can actually decorate this thing. So I might have to rethink the transition a little bit, but we'll figure it out. Biggest thing is I want to be able to put plants all over this. I want my plants. 3x2? No. You might as well just do the 3x3. Nope, no 3x2. I'm with it. I'm with gold. I don't like it. Feels icky. We are gonna add a waterfall right here. It's going right here. Since you requested it. You get the head bumps? No, brother. You ever thought about no? Frogs? Always. Frogs in every water. All the water. Every water ever. I'm going to darken this up and dig out a spot for the water to come out of, though. We need the melt brush. That needs to be way smaller. Way. Whoa, it's hollow, remember? I didn't. I forgot. I forgot. I love building cattails with glass planes. Wow. Glass panes. That's how you say that. Thank you. I'm just gonna fill this in slightly. It's that late night for most of you guys. An hour behind. That's crazy. You're tired. Yeah, only 6 more hours, Gold. Only 6 more. You can make it. You have 2%. Why'd you do that? Six hours more of streaming? An 11 and a half hour stream would be mental. That would be commitment. I'm going to need food before that. Six hours more of streaming. That's crazy work. I'll hang out in the Discord with you guys. I am not streaming that long, though. Holy. That'd be crazy. You can just wait while I eat. Yeah, I mean, if I was used to it, I would plan my day around it and I would have food ready, you know? Like, but because it's not how I typically operate, it would wreck me. Iris, you can just fall asleep to your favorite TV show. It is what it is. You sleep in silence, absolute silence, no noise whatsoever. Yeah, Gold destroyed. No, I could never sleep in pure silence. That'd drive me nuts. That's not me. That is not me for sure. Yeah, there you go. Just turn on my previous broadcasts. Fall asleep. Fill this in. Why does this look so weird? I don't like it. I don't like it. It's doing things that I don't like. That's slightly better. What is white noise? White noise is like a fan or like something that just is noise for the sake of being noise. Like it's not anything specific. It's just background noise. That's crazy, Iris. I like to sleep with fans. I used to fall asleep listening to music. I don't mind noise at all. I also grew up with parents that like to party though, so maybe I'm just in tune with it. That could just be part of it. All right, give me my paintbrush back. Give it back, give it back, give it back. I want. Let's change some of this to deep slate. Of the cobble? Is that dark enough? No. If you want to go to sleep, you just turn on Finding Nemo. That's crazy. It's crazy work. I don't like the tiles. No, thank you. What about? What about? Deep slate coal ore? Gotta use it somewhere. Oh my gosh, Mob, that would make me so scared. That's crazy. Where's the regular? I just want normal deep slate. I want to see what that looks like. It doesn't look that much different, but we'll take it. We'll take it. That's our darker color for behind the waterfall. You just sing her name and she knocks out? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. You just fall asleep every time you reach before you even get to anything. You got to rewatch the movie a dozen times because you fall asleep before anything happens. All right. Now, we can add some plants. Now we can add plants. And come through and we can say, "Oh, look, beautiful drip leaf. Look. Oh, not there. Why not there? Why can't I place the little guy there? That's sadness." What is the rule for small drip leaf, you guys? Why can I not place it on that block? Can I go here? Can I go here? Can I go here? What? Underwater? Excuse you? Okay. So does it have to be in water? That's the rule? Oh my gosh. Okay. Learning. Obviously, I don't play with small drip leaf. Big drip leaf, on the other hand, it can go everywhere. It's easy mode. Isn't alt, though, like, isn't that like a cheatery place? If it can't be done in survival, I don't want to do it. No cheaty place. Yeah, small drip leaf is like one of the best plants in the game. One of the best. Wait, it can be placed on clay or moss? Accurate? Like anywhere that way? What? What? For real? So, okay. Why is it the best? Because it's the cutest. Them's the rules. That's literally it. Okay. And we said clay works too? Wow, you guys and your top tier knowledge. Top tier knowledge. Chris. Did you know about that gold? Did you know that you could place it on clay and moss unrestricted? Would be kind of funny, wouldn't it? What's your favorite kind of music? The one that makes noise. That's the best kind. You don't mess with small. Are you telling me like okay, I need to hear how you said that. Like, I don't mess with small drip leaf. Or was it more like, nah, I don't really mess with small drip leaf. You know what I'm saying? I need the context behind how you just said that. Trying to see if you got hostility towards small drip leaf. Yeah, with sass. I don't really mess with small drip leaf. Mm-mm. Duvet, the sheets. Your emotes, you mean? Yeah, I agree. I mean, we will for sure. We'll add variation all through here on everything. I'm just kind of like getting an idea for the block palette more than anything. Yeah, just trying to figure out like what we like. Knowing that about clay, I'm definitely mixing in clay like this so that we can go around and dot in like this. The beautiful cuties. Yeah, your emotes. I remember. That's why I said. That's why I asked if that's what you were talking about when you said Billy about your emotes. Yeah, we'll make cattails. We can have more of this sprinkled around because I actually think sugarcane is cool. It's cool. But look at how green. Look at how lush. Because Cass told me she wants to dig out the ravine between our two bases and make it a river, so I'm going to turn it into this on my end. No shot. Impossible. Impossible to overdo the plants. Where's my lime green pane and brown candle? Because yeah, we need the cattails. No, not there. On top. Thank you. Bloop. Look how cute. Look how cute. It's cute. place. And can I do it? We did it. Yeah, it's cute. Of course it is. It's cattails. Cattails. You like to hide your firefly bushes? I wish it was more of like a clover or something like that. I don't love the yellowish, but it's okay. It's okay. I have done the copper chains and the different lightning rods. I think the glass looks the best personally. Is me opinion. You can also use the if you want to mix it up, you can use green instead of lime. If you don't want, I'm just going to do this so we have one in the water. But yeah, you can use green instead of lime. But I like the lime because I like color. Yeah, they do look kind of like LEDs, but I love them. But yeah, if we did this all along the river, a little bit of clay, a little bit of mud, I think it'd be pretty fun. We could add little rocks. Let me see. Zoom. Some little stones could be cool. Some of these. You can't place anything on a lily pad. We tried that earlier. Unforchies. Super unforchies, actually. But yeah, we could find areas to build up some stones. Some boulders. That's a nice boulder. Give me some of these. If we had those all over the place, that could be pretty fun. Some little rocks, some lily pads, all the plants, lanterns on the rocks. Give me this one. Is this glow blue because of my lighting? I need to know. It looks like maybe a little bit. Ooh, that's actually kind of crispy. Do we like the bluish lighting? Or do we just go with the classic? The warm lighting. The warm is really nice, actually. It is quite nice, especially with the mud. You like the green one better? You do, eh? Warm like lava. This is cleaner. Yeah, I do. It is less jarring. Plus, we have down here. Never mind, I went over it. We had the blue glass in there. I use Euphoria patches for my shaders so that they give colored lighting. You want to see a soul campfire? We can do that. We can do that. Oh, show. Now it's actually blue instead of just like the bluey green. Java doesn't by default have it, no. My shaders are carrying my build right now. Yeah, you do see smoke. Well, Check this out. Can't you do this? Can't you do that? No, that does not stop it. I thought that did stop it. Sheesh. I was kind of liking the idea of the campfire because of the crackle from the fire, but the smoke does kind of meh. Kind of meh. I think I like the green one better. Yeah, I did see that gold. I did see that. I think this one's just better. The copper. It gives me a use for copper, too. I'm not using much copper in anything, so the mass amount I'm going to have. Yeah, look how beautiful it is up there. The aurora and all the stars and shooting stars and everything else. It's so beautiful. Yeah, the green, it also just like it kind of amplifies all of the foliage that we have as well. So it's nice. It's nice. But I do think that gives us a pretty good idea. Like I said, we add in clay, we add in mud, we have plant ideas, we have rocks and lighting. We can do waterfalls if we want. I think overall this looks pretty good with the rest of our palette here. A few lights behind the waterfall. Easy. Easy peasy. Let's do one up top. Let's put one back here. Where can we do this? That's not going to break everything. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but I would hide those nicer in the actual build so that they don't just look like that, but yeah, all lit up. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, you could place it in the sides. Yep. Yeah, we can tuck the lanterns in the sides. Also, if we're doing lanterns on rocks and stuff, we don't really need the glass and stuff in the water itself. We can probably just get away with that in sea pickles. It'll be lit up enough. It would be good enough. You want a small wooden boat? I got you. My favorite boat in the game. Pickle, pickle, pickle. What are your guys' opinions on pickles? IRL? Pickled anything. Yep. Pickle is probably my favorite food group. It is dark back there, but if we add boulders with these on them, it won't be too bad. It won't be too bad. But plus now, look at, you can see all the way to the bottom. It illuminates the water with the sea pickles. And then these glow a little bit, and then we'll have those lighting it up. Yes. It'll be so cozy. And then I have a couple spots where I'm going to have bridges over the river too. And we could hang some lights from the bridge. That would be cool. And light it up a little bit more too. Lots we can do. Lots we can do. Hi, Kat. Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. Potato was here very briefly. Very briefly. Yeah, Tempest always back at it again. Gotta hold that crown. Man's nose. Yeah, Kat, thanks for joining. You're from Salami's chat, right? I do believe I remember that name. Yeah, I like this. I like this. Thank you. Me too. Yanni was also in here earlier. I think Yanni shows up, and if Tempest isn't typing, Yanni's just out. That's just the rules. Yeah, I'm super excited to start Common Ground. That's what we're planning for. We're doing some design testing and trying to come up with block palettes and whatnot so that we're ready for Common Ground. you helped Yanni find a group? Now he doesn't have to ask us every day. Tempest, did Yanni ever forgive you for adding everyone to the realm but him? Mogging his neighbors? Ain't no way. Cass said they're building a gothic themed village. I'm just waiting for that to outshine my whole area. I want to do a little texturing here. Let's grab, actually, I don't need to do any of that. I can just do replace mode and we can just grab some blocks. You can't be mogged from under the water. Facts. You're just hiding. All you got to do is hide. Is that all mossy? Yeah. So we can add some of these in. We can add some of these in. I think we have so many like diverse ideas too. It's going to be crazy. Actually, I should do this. Let's just go to noise painter. Let's set our block to only affect mossy stone bricks. Let's change these out to what we got, cobble of 2 varieties. How did I do the lighting by the water? All we did is we put some sea pickles in the water, and then we put some copper lanterns in the rocks by the water and some on top. The stuff underneath, yes, was done by putting frog lights behind glass. Yes, you need the glass. That is the key. I was saying though, I have noticed that sea lanterns, for some reason, it could be just my it could be my texture pack or whatever, or my shaders. But I noticed sea lanterns shine brighter through the glass than frog lights. Yeah, sea pickles are top tier. Sea pickles are definitely top tier. Andesite. Regular stone. What am I missing? Stone brick. And cracked stone brick. Cracked. Okay. I want a decent amount of that. Let's lessen this a lot. This and this can be pretty prominent. Benny, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, Mob, if you want an example, I can show you in a second. Okay, so now if I do this, this should just give us a little bit of texture. I think overall, the palette we have here is pretty solid. Pretty solid. I am wondering, though, we were talking earlier about wanting some darker spots. So spots like this. What the? Wrong block. Where it's darker, we could add in stuff like that. I think deep slate's definitely going to be an accent. Because that just looks too good. That looks too good not to. Here, we can hang a lantern from these chains. What do you think of that? I have replace block on still, but that's okay. You want to see it up top? Who's going to put it there? Now we have to raid a village so we can get a bell? You guys have some needy ideas, you know. It does look pretty good, though. And then we could find some spots to just darken it up a little bit. I like it. We like it. You guys have to like it because I like it. That's the rule. That's just the way it is. Yes, thank you. It's a general block palette more than anything. My my ruins will probably look a lot more interesting than this. This was literally like, here's a cube, here's the melt brush, no effort, no thought. We just were throwing spaghetti at the wall. So the actual build will probably look much, much nicer than this. Fingers crossed. I'm going to try my best. But just imagine if there's like a bunch of that all over the place. Here, what happens if we do this too? Oh, I didn't want to exit that. I want back in. Let me in. Yes, give me this. How wide is this wall? The big one? The big one is 3 blocks, I think. Yeah. Yep, 3 blocks wide. Which is perfect because that I didn't even pay attention to that, but that is what I had planned. So that's actually perfect. Oh my gosh, I had a filter on. Dumb. Trying to copy all that and only getting the mossy stone brick. There we go. Now I can come in here and we can just add in little spots. And I can build them on diagonals and stuff too. Like if you had smaller ruins around. My starter base is actually a tower. So there will be towers. There will be towers for certain. Wow, having the small ones actually helps so much with the visuals. Oh my gosh. Also, is that from the carpet or is that from the button? Does a button make you stand up taller? Slightly? No, it's the carpet. It's the carpet. You like it because I said it. That's right. Them's the rules. Never thought about placing a pickle out of the water. It looks like a cup. Wait, does a pickle have just a green version of the sponge texture? Is that all it is? It looks so similar to the sponge. Oh no, what did I do? Don't do that. Mm-mm-mm. The feast table has pickles? As cups or as pickles? Typically for cups, I see people use the pots, but the pickles is really good. Yeah, that's really good. It's more fitting size-wise. This is more like a bowl. A ruined fountain is a cool idea, actually. That is a good idea. That is a good idea. You're sure, but maybe not sure. That's okay. I just want to try and break this up a little bit more and see what it looks like. See how much. Yeah, ruined fountain, I think, is a really cool idea. Oh my god. I think this is going to be so cool to walk through when it's all like this. Just like crumbled walls, little bits of rubble, a couple bigger structures that are ruined, a broken statue. I'm excited, especially to put in some more time actually detailing these and making them look like something instead of just some random pile of rubble. Statue. I don't even know how to build a statue. Is my shader tripping? That's just Vanilla Village. I was like, what is over there? It is. It is, actually. I was about to start doing our closing talks because I'm coming up on 6 hours and I'm going to have to eat dinner soon. I'm going to have to eat dinner. That's just the way it is. Also, we're talking about ideas. You know what these look like? That would be super cool? A graveyard. How cool would an abandoned graveyard be? Yes. That would be awesome. That would be so cool. Yeah, like an old dungeon entrance, graveyard nearby. Yes, we've been going 6 hours, Cat. I start at noon Eastern time, so I don't catch a lot of the US folks. Most of our viewers are in the UK. Overall, I don't mind because I like to stream when my lady's at work. So typically she gets home, I go cook dinner. It is what it is. It's what works out. But yes, we have streamed for 6 hours. Typically I do 3 to 4. But sometimes we're just in it, you know? If we're having fun, I don't get off. So it is what it is. Yeah, 6 hours today. That's crazy, you guys. We've had 33 new TikTok followers today and a couple on YouTube and a couple on Twitch. This has been a very good stream today, you guys. And we filled out the TikTok gift gallery. On top of it, we have over 40K likes. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, Kat, it works out super nice. I hop on around noon, gives me the morning to finish some video edits or do something around the house for a couple hours, few hours, and then I hop on my computer about 11 usually. Try my best to make sure I'm ready for stream. Usually there's technical difficulties that hold me up. But yeah, that usually works out pretty good for me and my schedule. I can have a quick little bite to eat before I hop on. And then I stream, like I said, 3 to 6 hours or so. And then I usually go make dinner. Yep. I do love otters. That is my favorite animal. Yeah, I do. I need to get over and see that exhibit. That looked awesome. Iris, ain't no way you said I talk too much. You talk more than I do. You're like, it's night time. Please stop. Yeah, this is about when I log off. This is about right. Yeah, now that we've added some of these other little bits around, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. No, it's 6 p.m. and I started at noon. We did not start early. I started late, actually. I started about 20 minutes late today because for some reason, Streamlabs decided it was going to just kick me out of everything. So I had to completely reboot and reset up all of Streamlabs before I could launch. You were shocked when you saw I was still live? Yeah, that'll happen. But thank you, everyone, so much for hanging out today. It was a blast of a stream, and we made such good progress. I have so many more ideas that are so much more fleshed out now. I love this little overgrown path we came up with so much. This is probably the thing I'm most happy with. It's not like in your face. It looks really good. It's mostly obtainable blocks. But yeah, thanks so much, you guys. I will be live. I'm almost certain for the launch of Common Ground tomorrow. That will be late for most of you, of my regular viewers, because that's 6 p.m. my time, which is now. So that's tough for you guys. So I'm sorry. If you do want to catch that, I will be making videos out of it, but that might be how you have to watch it. Or you'll have to go watch the VODs. You might have to be VOD viewers. So, yeah. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And if you don't see me tomorrow, I'll see you all on Monday. Have a good weekend. And tell all of your mothers Happy Mother's Day on Sunday. Oh, Skiz, this is complimentary reimagined. No packs. Just shaders. Thanks again, guys. Talk to you later.